Good evening. Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I'd like to call this December 19th, 2022 meeting of the Acton Select Board to order. And I will give a moment for the Finance Committee to call their meeting to order as well.
Thank you, Mr. Charter. Noting the time and the presence of a quorum, I hereby call this meeting of the Acton Finance Committee to order as well. Thank you.
Thank you. First order of business, the eagerly awaited 2024 recommended municipal budget presentation. Mr. Mangiarotti.
Okay, good evening. Nice to see the Select Board and the Finance Committee meeting together. I think this is the third year we're doing this for the budget, or the second. Either way, I think it's great. It's nice to see everyone here, and I'm excited to talk about the budget. So I'm John Mangiarotti, I'm the town manager, and this is my fifth budget presentation. I had to count, I didn't believe it at first, but so it's my fifth budget presentation, and I'm really excited to talk about it. This was a challenging year. We say that every year, but it actually was a challenging year this year. But I'm proud of the work that we did. And I think that we have a plan that maintains services, and it also makes some targeted adjustments in some areas of need. But before I get to the numbers, I want to talk a little bit about connection. As you all know, we're a service organization. We're out there every day in every department serving the public and keeping the town running. And we do this with dedication and professionalism. And an important part of what we do is connecting with people. And we do this in many ways. We connect through public art projects and community gatherings like this one near the entrance to Kelly's Corner. We connect and celebrate our history, like the very thoughtful ceremonies we have for Memorial Day. This is the one from this past year. We do other things. We have people share their stories and connect with each other in different places in different ways. Our police officers, our firefighters sit down and have lunch with residents. Our library director goes and talks to seniors. And when there's things happening in town, if there's current issues, current concerns, either statewide or internally in the community, we have forums. We reach out, we get people information and provide education about what we're trying to do and get input from people. We hold a lot of forums on everything that we're doing, whether it's a road infrastructure project, a dog park, updating our master plan for the open space and recreation plan. We want to get people's input, and we've been working very hard to try to find ways to do that. We also have events to try to get people to come to facilities like our Human Services and Senior Center. We celebrated the 5th year anniversary being there, and we had an open house, which was pretty well attended in September. And we have Youth Manufacturing Day events to try to get our workforce development concerns addressed through collaborations with our regional and partners and local businesses. We have celebrations for big milestones, like building a beautiful, environmentally friendly fire station. We also have festivals to celebrate the work we did on climate action planning, like the one we had at Narrow Park this summer. We had a big block party to celebrate the start of the Kelly's Corner infrastructure project. There were dozens of community organizations there, hundreds of people, and it was really a great event to get people to know what's going on with the project and also just connect and meet each other in new ways. We also get recognition, and it's important, I think, to bring this forward. Our finance department, for 8 years running, has been recognized with an international award for excellence in financial reporting. That's a good accomplishment, a great accomplishment. They just published the current financial report on their website today. So if you want to check out this year's most likely award-winning report, you can do that after tonight. We also were recognized by the Baker-Polito administration as a leader. A Leading by Example award to say the work that we're doing in sustainability sets us apart from other communities, and we're very proud of that. The other points of pride in the last year, CBS News has done a few stories on some exciting things we're doing in town, like the Commission on Disabilities and the adaptive bike program that they have, that we have at Narra Park. And, you know, the CBS News also covered our fire station. They were very impressed with the green features of it. So as we work through the budget and prepare for this presentation, we really take a look at the other funding that we brought forward. And I'm proud to say that $6.7 million that we've been awarded through competitive grants in the last year and a half is being used to help offset costs and local taxpayer funds this year. And that's part of $16 million that we've brought in over the last 4 years in competitive grants. That's not including ARPA, which the Select Board led a very robust community engagement process over the last 2 years to find ways to invest that $7 million. So we're really leveraging external funds to make it easier for us to do things that we want to do here with the limited revenues that we have. Year over year, our revenues are limited by Prop 2.5 and various other factors, and we have to find creative ways to get things done, and we continue to do that, and I'm proud of the work that we're doing there. Other things that we're doing, we're reorganizing existing staffing to address needs that we have going forward, changing the way we do things. We staff a new town service hotline that gets about 2,800 calls in the last year. That's all with existing staff. We've changed some other processes to try to address needs that are emerging without having to add staff, and we'll continue to do that and find creative ways to address needs. We support our local businesses. Part of connecting with the community is connecting with our businesses. They really make a difference to what this community is and how it's separated from other communities nearby. The businesses we have are really a big part of our identity, and we're working hard to try to promote them and encourage our residents to frequent them. And planning is a big part of what we do as an organization. The planning that we're doing now is related to Powder Mill Road. We're doing a big South Acton Village planning process as it relates to MBTA zoning and updating 1995 plans that we've already established. In FY25, we're going to do an update to the comprehensive plan, more of a targeted strategic planning process instead of the very long and excellent process that was used last time. And another part of planning is select board goal setting. So select board goals, you set the goals every year in June or early July, and that really sets us in motion for what we're going to be doing with the budget process. We send those out to the departments. They get us back the information by November. We presented capital plans a few weeks ago, and here we are tonight doing the budget presentation. And if it's supported, we'll continue on, and hopefully it'll go to town meeting in May. The goals, I wouldn't read these, but there are 8 short-term goals and 5 long-term goals, and they're really something that we focus on as we're developing this budget that we're presenting here tonight. Some of the challenges that we're facing, infrastructure, we have $102 million of needs in the capital plan over the next 10 years. A lot of those are big infrastructure projects, public works building, sidewalks, bridges, things that we need to do whether we want to or not. We need to improve and repair our existing infrastructure for safety of our residents and just maintaining our physical assets. Our other things that are challenging for us are fixed costs. Our fixed costs increase at a much higher rate than the revenues that we bring in. So health insurance, pension assessment, those things go up 5, 6, 7, 8% every year. The revenues that we bring in are half that or not even close to half that. So if that keeps happening, there's less and less resources to do things, normal things, never mind new things every year. It's a challenge that was not unique to Acton, and so we work hard to try to find ways to address that. Our population is growing, not rapidly, but it's growing. And our service expectations of our residents are growing also. Our senior population continues to increase, and we are really hearing from folks that live in renter-occupied housing that they want to have better access to services that we provide. And so that's a challenge that we're looking to address. There are 10 things in this budget that I'm going to go over briefly. I'm not going to read the list now because I'll go through each one, but there are 10 things that I want to highlight that's in this FY24 budget. The first, of course, is our work to address the climate emergency. There are $3 million in the FY24 budget to address climate change and climate readiness measures. Many of those are funded through ARPA or grants, but some of those are part of the operating budget, and they include events, community engagement, doing the 100% APC green. We're going to do a solar canopy behind the public safety facility. We're going to continue to transition our entire fleet to electric. We have a pretty good stock of hybrids, but now we want to go the next step to electrics. We're going to add more chargers in town, including a DC fast charger on the corner of 27 and Great Road. And a big project that we want to advance this year that's in this proposed budget is the Public Works facility. The Public Works Study Committee identified as a critical need that we replace this facility that's been there for 50 or so years and does not meet the needs of the community now, and it hardly met the community needs back then. And so it's something that needs to be addressed. If it's not addressed now, it'll just be more expensive to address it later. And so I'm recommending that we borrow $1.2 million to advance the design for that facility, and also using some money from ARPA, work on the immediate relocation of the fuel depot, which you can see on the left-hand side of that picture. There's a loader and a van. They're fueling up right now. And so it's kind of right in the middle of the whole operation. So it needs to be relocated. Other things that I wanted to highlight are road safety measures. Kelly's Corner project has started. You've probably seen that. That's an exciting development. But we're also looking at Great Road, working with our partners at the state to make improvements both short-term with a new signalized crossing system called the Hawk system, but also longer-term, looking at intersections throughout Great Road and making improvements to the way that they're laid out to make it safer for people that are walking through them and also driving through them. And so that's something that we're working on the next year or so. We're also looking at the Hayward Road intersection, Town Center out here, and making some changes to River Street for safety. We're adapting our police department to the community needs. We're adding a second full-time co-response clinician. We currently have one, and she works 40 hours a week. And when she's not there, there's a need for a second one. So there's overlap and there's better coverage because the police department runs 24 hours a day, and they're working with residents 24 hours a day. So we need more coverage out of the co-response clinician program. That'll be in the 24 budget. We're also going to implement body cameras and dashboard cameras. This is something that will be put through as a capital plan investment of $100,000 to do the startup, the technology, the training, and all that work that goes into it, and then it'll be part of the operating budget going forward. We're also continuing our plan to regionalize public safety communications services with the town of Concord, and we're hiring a director to take that forward very soon. We have a lot of pride in the tree canopy that we have throughout the community, both along our roads and in our public lands. And we bought a tree truck to help limit the amount of contracted services we need to use. And now we need a person to operate it. We have an arborist and an arborist helper, but we need another one to do it more effectively and to really implement the tree maintenance program that the community expectations for us to do. So we're going to work on that in '24. We're also going to continue to do some contracted mowing to try to better utilize the staff that we have. Public spaces are another opportunity for community connection, and we have several projects underway right now to create new spaces. There's going to be a new historic park on River Street where we're taking down the River Street Dam with a $1 million grant. There's going to be a new playground and field area and on Gardner Field. There's going to be a new park space next to McManus Manor, and there's going to be a new dog park next to that on Main Street. We're going to replace the boardwalk that was originally installed when Narrow Park was created and make other accessibility upgrades to Narrow Park to make it a place where people can enjoy safely. Housing stability resources. We're going to study the feasibility of establishing a housing trust. We're going to continue to look at ways to expand the tenant resources that we created and established earlier this year. We're going to continue the rental assistance and child care assistance with the remaining ARPA funds allocated to that. We're going to provide sewer infrastructure to some affordable housing projects to help them be successful and move to the next phase of the project. and we'll be providing energy efficiency grants for businesses and multifamily properties. We're also going to work to improve our public facilities. We take pride in our facilities, and continuing to maintain them allows the residents to enjoy them and feel pride in them as well. Our library was renovated beautifully a few decades ago, and it hasn't been touched since. And so there's a process that we're undergoing now to do a design for a refresh of the interior. And I think it's going to bring some opportunities for us to design the interior space to the way libraries are used now. And it's an exciting project that the library trustees have supported with some state aid funds that they have. We're also going to look at creating a senior cafe at the senior center at 30 Sudbury. And we're going to continue to work on the Asa Parlin project behind Town Hall. I'm hopeful that there'll be some funding that comes from other sources to help us take that project to the next phase. I mentioned earlier the work we do with supporting local businesses. We're boosting them through several initiatives, including public art and workshops. We're also going to do more to celebrate Acton. We haven't had the 4th of July celebration in a few years. We received direction from the select board to make it happen this year, so we're going to make it happen. Part of that includes a funding request in the capital plan to help with the fireworks and other costs of that event. We're also going to have funding in the budget for the planning process for the 250th committee. That's coming up in a few years, and the committee needs to do its work, and having some funding will certainly help. We're also doing some interesting things with the trees, some of the trees that were taken down in Kelly's Corner. And finally, we want to continue to promote and preserve our natural resources. We reorganized our land use department and have created a full-time conservation agent, and we'll be through another reorganization, we'll be creating another full-time land management position to help oversee the thousands of acres of conservation land and open space that we maintain. We're adding some funding for arboretum maintenance and trail work, and we're adding some levels of oversight to conservation restrictions to help make sure that they're maintained properly and can be enjoyed by the public. So, all that said, the recommended municipal spending for FY24 is $38,777,128. That's a 0.43% decrease from FY23. It's not really a decrease in the operations of the town. This year, we stopped getting revenue to pay the debt service from the McCarthy Town School, and so our budget has to ramp down $1.3 million. So if you take that out of the picture, our budget is actually increasing 3.01%. Included in that will be a revised capital plan, which is everything that I presented on December 5th, with the exception of the electrification of the public safety facility is being shifted from FY24 to FY25 in the 10-year plan. That will allow us more time to do the design work and have a better number for what the actual costs will be in FY25. So, and the other projects that are in the capital plan, the Public Works building, as I mentioned, we want to make improvements to the 19 and 21 Maple Street commuter rail and rail trail parking lot to make better access to the train station and safer conditions for pedestrians and drivers. We also need to replace a tight tank at Station 3. For free cash projects, there are $375,000 worth of projects. I would highlight the Town Hall Memorial Library parking lot, which maybe you parked in tonight, and hopefully you were able to navigate safely to the entrance of the building. But it is not, I think it needs work, and we have some preliminary designs that we've brought to the board and the trustees, and we're going to continue that process with $60,000 of more design funds. Also in here is the fireworks funding and the body camera funding that I mentioned earlier. So here's the budget slide that maybe you're familiar with from the past, with two yellow highlighted numbers to show that although operations are going down 0.59%, the actual increase is 2.96, and the total budget increase is 3.01%. And I look forward to your questions tonight and throughout the budget process. And thank you for your support. And I want to thank the team that put this together. It's a lot of work. As I mentioned, that budget schedule starts in the summer, and we've been working on it ever since. And so I want to thank them, and thanks for their contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Mangiarotti. Nice job. We'll open up to questions first from the Select Board. Jim.
Hi, John. One question. Sorry, this went by a little too quickly for me to get. The fueling station funding for the one at the DPW, is that for designing and engineering, or is that does that also include the actual work of moving it somewhere else?
The $250,000 in ARPA funding allocated for that project, it would not cover the construction. It may cover portions of it, but it's mostly design.
Imager.
Thank you. Just a quick question. In terms of getting the more specifics of how the operating budget is broken down by department request and things like that, will we be able to see that later on, or like what's the timeline for us getting the whole budget?
Yes, so thank you. The full budget book was published online earlier today, and there should be a note in your email inbox with a link to it. If not, I can share it tonight.
Thank you, much appreciated.
Other questions from the Select Board? I'll answer to the Finance Committee.
Thank you. Let me start down on this side. Mr. Cole, do you have questions or comments? We'll work our way this direction.
Yeah, yes, I do have a couple of questions. Thank you. I'd like to start on the topic of the DPW facility improvements. What is the deliverable for this $1.2 million design? Is it a 25% schematic? Is it a 90% schematic? What's the deliverable that we expect to get at the end?
We're hoping to get closer to 60%.
Okay. And the corollary to that, or the follow-up question I have on that, is that we have not yet brought to town meeting a full discussion about a DPW rebuild. My concern is that the size and scope of this project might be more than we're actually going to be able to fund when we go to town meeting. So I would be much more comfortable about having a preliminary discussion, a preliminary size and scope call, and get town buy-in before we commit to what is in the book at $32 to $36 million for a project. So I think I would like us to bring to town meeting a sense of the town before we start spending $1 million on the 60% schematic. I don't want us to spend money on a plan, on a schematic, only to fail because we've taken on too ambitious a project to begin with. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for the feedback. This was identified as the number one goal for the Select Board this year, and so I think bringing this to town meeting, which is what I've proposed to do here, would give the Select Board and others a chance to explain exactly what this $1.2 million will lead to, which is, as you mentioned in the capital plan, more than $30 million worth of construction. Right. So I think that is the intent here, is to bring it to town meeting this spring.
Okay, because I definitely would like us to come up with more creative ways of doing this. I think a $30 million project is over the top, but I guess we'll have that conversation as we get closer to town meeting. The Town Hall Memorial parking lot design, is that being done completely independent of any Asa Parlin work?
Thank you for the question. It's not done independent. I think any redesign that we do will make sure that it doesn't interfere with proposed plans for that site. So I think that it will be coordinated, to answer your question.
Okay. I know it's on item 8, improving public facilities, but the last time Asa Parlin was brought up at town meeting, it failed. So I know I'm happy that you were able to get some outside funding, because I don't want any taxpayer dollars to be put towards that house. Do we have a plan for Asa Parlin, and are you going to get full town buy-in before you proceed?
Yeah, thank you. So the budget proposal does not include any funding for this project. It's something that will be funded through ARPA and other means.
It's still taxpayer dollars. It's still
Right,
money
so
that could be used for other projects.
and one of the select board goals this year was to develop a plan for that, which we intend to do. Before we get too far along with, though, we're trying to secure the funding. And if that works out this winter, then we'll move forward full steam ahead with the planning and the continuing community engagement to transform that eyesore and hazard into something that benefits the community.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Mr. Borden? Mr. Noon?
Yeah, John, nice job. Is there a increase in overall FTEs in this budget, or if so, how many?
There were a few areas where I mentioned we reorganized things, so it didn't actually increase the amount of benefited employees we have. There are a few times where we took a full-time employee that's not working 40 hours and brought them to 40 hours, which is technically an increase of FTEs, but not of a full-time equivalent person. The only singular add is the arborist. So just one.
Okay, so the additional, whatever it is, social service person on the.
That's through a reorganization.
Okay. And are there any significant collective bargaining contracts out there that hadn't been settled for?
So the collective bargaining contracts for the employees are for the most part settled at least through the end of '24, but I think the public works and other ones will start having to be renegotiated soon.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Where can I get some more details on the Maple Street parking lot proposed changes?
So we had a design process and community engagement process in 2021 to re-envision what that parking lot would look like, and we brought the concept to the select board, and it was approved. I can find that, and I believe it's in the capital improvement plan, but if not, I can send it to you directly.
But times are different now budgetarily. I'd love to understand with that big number, what we're looking at relative to the current situation versus where we kind of hoped things would be right now. My other question is relative to the social worker. I think that's effectively what we're talking about adding. Is there any idea, now that we've had one working with the police, how much police work that's sort of offloading? Are they helping out with calls, or are they able to divert calls that would otherwise have police response to this person?
The program is very successful. It's not necessarily diverting calls that would have gone to a police officer to the clinician, but it's all the follow-up work that goes into every situation that the police deal with that this person really creates great value for the department and for the people involved, the residents, or whoever is interacting with the police. Instead of having to follow up 5 times as a police officer, our clinician can do that and do it in a different way and more effectively, because officers work shift work and they're there every other day and things like that. So it's been very successful, and that's why we're looking to expand it. We are going to apply to the Department of Mental Health, who gave us the grant for the one that we currently have. But even if we don't get the grant, it's important enough to add this through a reorganization, which is what we're proposing to do in the '24 budget.
I know we've seen a significant ramp up in mental health calls for the police department, and a number of cities have found that they're getting more benefit for the citizens and having to spend less on police by transferring the mental health specific calls to people who can better handle it, like social workers.
Yes, our officers are well-trained, but this is a licensed clinician, so it's a different level of service.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Majors, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Mangiaretti?
What I like in the plan is that you're more supportive of local businesses and supporting the image of the town of Acton through events and like this 4th of July thing, bringing the community together. I think that's all important, an important role of the select board and the town government just to promote these things. So a lot of these financial details, I'm sure will come under closer scrutiny as we sort of get more information and dig into the numbers. But I think most of the plan makes sense. The infrastructure really needs work. Some of the electrification goals I might have a small issue with, but all in all, I think, you're moving in the right direction.
Thank you, Mike. I just want to welcome, introduce to the public and welcome our newest FinCom member, Scott Sullivan, sitting at the end over there. He's our newest associate member. I think he was just sworn in this afternoon, is that right? So I'm sure he feels very much on the hot seat, so hopefully everybody can welcome him. Mr. Sullivan, do you have any comments or questions you'd like to?
I don't have any questions or comments at this time.
Thank you so much. And we have somebody online, is that right? Isha's on? I do need either Mr. Mangiarotti or Mr. Charter to chime in. On our agenda, we didn't specifically say anything about having a hybrid meeting. Can our members who are in the public still participate through Zoom? Is that?
Yes.
Wonderful. So if we could get them to speak, that would be great if they've got their hands raised.
Isha, you should be able to speak.
Hi, thank you very much. Mr. Mangiarotti, I had a question about the Asa Paulin House. What specific funds other than ARPA are you planning to put in grants for? I didn't quite catch that.
Thank you for the question. So there's been, I believe it's $400,000 from ARPA. There's a Community Preservation Committee CPA application that still has funding remaining in it with about $100,000. And then we've worked with our federal delegation. Congresswoman Lori Trahan has put in the federal budget an earmark for the project. And it has to be approved by the Senate, and that hasn't happened yet, so we can't really count on it. But it is in Washington, and we're hoping that it comes through for us. And if it does, then I think it'll be $750,000 that would be contributed to the project, which would make a significant difference and allow us to do the project.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Just one question for myself then, if that's all right. On the electrification of the public safety building, just to make sure I'm clear, because the slide doesn't quite tell me exactly. It sounds like you're planning on spending the $1.2 million in fiscal year 25 rather than 24. Is that correct?
Yes, so the project as proposed in the capital plan was to do the design for $150,000 or so, and the construction for the 1.2. And this new plan, revised plan, is to first do the design using the ARPA funds, use that to have a strong construction number, come back to this body next year with what that number is, and see if there's support for that.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Any other comments or questions from the Finance Committee? Mr. Cole.
How does this fit with the ALG plan, or should we kick that until ALG later?
My guess would be that this helps the ALG
Just a
process.
shade under, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, so the most recent direction from ALG was to come in at 3%. This is at 3.01%.
Yes, but to come in at 3%, that's for a blended overall between all the entities, including Minuteman. And Minuteman has a larger ask this year, so I'm curious how we intend on filling that gap.
So that is a part of the plan that I don't have control over. This is what I presented tonight is the town operations, and I think the work starts now to sort out how we'll address the other costs that go into our annual financial planning. So the target that we were working with for the town operations was 3%, and that's where we came in. And so we're going to work with our partners at the school district and finance committee to get there.
Mr. Noon.
Yeah, the current ALG plan for the town was 38,868, 436. So that is, so you're slightly under that number, but it must be said that that plan still has a deficit in total when you add up the schools and the Minuteman. So.
Any other questions or comments from the Finance Committee? Thank you.
Okay, let's open up to any questions from the audience. We'll start with anybody here in the room that has any questions about the budget.
Mike Allen, 93 Harris Street. You have a tight tank on the number 3 fire station. I can never remember which one is fire. Is that West Acton or South Acton? Okay, so he bailed you out. Anyway, the cost in that is just the replacement for a tight tank that's existing there?
That's correct, yeah. We have other funding that we use for the design, and this is the number for what it would cost to actually do the construction.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone online? Okay. All right, thank you very much. It's always an interesting budget season. We'll move along. Finance Committee wish to withdraw?
If you don't mind, I'll just take a quick show of hands. I was planning on adjourning after the budget presentation, but I'll ask my Finance Committee for a quick show of hands if you would like to stick around for the manager's update, which we also got via ALG. I assume not much has changed since then. Is that correct? So it'd be the same as what I reported from ALG, or if anybody wants to stay adjourned or stay convened for any of the other items on the, okay. So with that, I would like to mention to Mr. Sullivan that it is Finance Committee tradition that the newest member usually calls for the adjournment, and I'll make this very easy for you by saying I will now entertain a motion to adjourn. Use your, use your microphone, though.
Sorry. I will motion to adjourn.
Wonderful. Great. And because we have one member of the FinCom on remote, we do have to take a roll call vote. So I will start with Mr. Cole.
Aye.
Mr. Borden.
Aye.
Mr. Noon. Aye. Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
I will also say aye. Mr. Majors.
Aye.
And Mr. Sullivan.
Aye.
And Ms. Gangali.
Aye.
Thank you so much. We are adjourned. Thank you, Select Board. Thank you, Mr. Mandrotti.
Thank you for joining us. So, looking at the time, and we do have a specific time slated for site plan special permit. So we will have to defer on resident concerns and the chair updates until the conclusion of the site plan special permit hearing. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing on December 19th, 2022 at 7:10 p.m., continued from December 5th, 2022, in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room 204 at the Town Hall, for 72 Main Street, Acton, and virtually at actonma.gov/meeting/BOS on the application of BWC Colesbrook LLC for a site plan special permit under zoning bylaw section 10.4 at 100 Discovery Way for an energy storage facility. Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online at the Acton Town Hall. http://acton-ma.gov/ds-web/view/collection-15376. Is the applicant available? And as that is being set up, I will defer to Mr. Martin for the lead into this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the applicant has made some changes to their proposal, which they're presenting tonight. They weren't available, though, in time for the planning department to review and comment on them. So their planning department comments are not ready at this time, but we can still hear the presentation of the new plan.
Thank you. Yes.
Well, we're waiting to get this set up. I just had a question for Mr. Martin. Just to be explicit about what you just said, I think what you're saying is that we're going to get some updated information and then we're going to consider like what, a continuance or something?
That's what I would recommend, yes, because I don't think we could go forward with a decision without planning department's comments.
Thank you.
Apologies for the technical setup there. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a while. I'm Josh Larsey from Blue Wave. I know it's been a while since we last spoke with you, so thank you for hearing us tonight. As was mentioned, we did want to come tonight to present just an update on the project, what's progressed and changed since our last meeting with you, how things are progressing with the Board of Health, which is also an ongoing discussion, and just to solicit any questions, remaining concerns at this time that we can look to address before we would come back before you at a subsequent meeting. So jumping right in, we did want to recap just a couple of topics from the last meeting. We felt that there were a few items, just more broadly speaking, to energy storage, explaining the system, the program, how it's operating, that we could just explain a little better for everyone's benefit. Before jumping into the updated site plan, we also do have a printed copy as well for viewing and some other printed copies. As was mentioned, we unfortunately haven't had a chance to get plans review or the peer review yet for that site plan, but we will look to do so. Just jumping right in, so one of the things we mentioned at our initial hearing was the Clean Peak program and how batteries function. And just again, recapping, the primary benefit of energy storage is in its ability to offset peak load generation that occurs in Massachusetts and the Northeast. A lot of that peak load generation comes from natural gas. As most are probably aware from their energy bills and how they've been trending, those have been going continually up and up due to the increasing pressure on natural gas prices. Energy storage fulfills a very key technological niche in order to combat the need for natural gas peaker plants, which will only grow ever as load continues to increase over the years. This was one of the main impetuses behind DOER creating the Clean Peak program. There's an estimate that approximately 90% of carbon emissions over time will be able to be reduced by the implementation of energy storage onto our modern grid. And DOER specifically estimates that the Clean Peak program specifically will save customers around $710 million net savings and 560,000 metric tons of CO2 reduction. And again, that's from purely the Clean Peak program as a whole. It doesn't necessarily come from storage projects that are tied specifically to solar, but simply from their implementation on the grid generally. And again, to be eligible to generate Clean Peak credits in the Clean Peak program, you have to be what's called an eligible resource. And one of the ways you can become an eligible resource as a standalone energy storage facility is to charge and discharge during those specific hours that the program sets, which is up there for everyone to see. And again, by law through the Clean Peak program, if you charge and discharge in those hours, you are generating Clean Peak credits and you are providing that benefit to the grid. As I mentioned, it's so important that we continue to develop these standalone energy storage projects spread out through our grid, not concentrated in one area. And that's because of the liquefied natural gas presence in our energy mix for peaker plants, the high cost to operate them, and also just how much they contribute to peak load emissions. Renewable energy generation currently does not match that peak demand. And more importantly, those generational hours don't match up with when the load is most heavy on the grid. Just touching on a couple of things again, relative specific to energy storage, the technology, recapping what it looks like for starters, physically, but also what are the key features that modern energy storage systems, the storage systems that are being deployed now, what about them makes them safe? What are all the features that go into them? This is a picture of the Powell Centipede system that's being proposed on the site. We want to make sure there was a clear image for everyone to see. Again, all of these modular segments extending are the battery segments. That larger segment that's at the front of each of the 3 rows is the collection segment that takes all of the energy coming from the batteries and feeds it into the PCS, or the power conversion system, which has the inverter, the transformer. Again, this is illustrative. Our updated site design will have 2 rows of batteries with 2 collection segments and 2 inverters and transformers. We wanted to specifically touch on again and really emphasize the degree of testing and standard certification that these newer systems go through, and the various standards that have been developed specifically related to fire explosion prevention for modern lithium-ion systems. The most important is UL 9540A, which is an extremely rigorous and thorough fire test for lithium-ion battery systems. They undergo a number of tests, stressing the battery, exposing it to fire, exposing it to physical penetration, typically through a nail test, all kinds of tests to put the batteries under duress and at the unit level, which means that the enclosure level, to see if thermal runaway propagates and if fire propagates from enclosure to enclosure. So in order to pass that UL 9540A test, these systems have to demonstrate that they prevent thermal runaway from spreading amongst the cells within the container, and furthermore that in the event of a fire, that fire doesn't have a risk of spreading to these adjacent enclosures. NFPA 855 is a National Fire Code, extremely comprehensive standard that goes through many different requirements and design elements of energy storage. All of our systems are certified to NFPA 855 as well. And we also looked at NFPA 855 for general design considerations and requirements, whether that be setbacks from buildings or spacing of the energy storage containers themselves. There's also NFPA 69, which is a standard on explosion prevention, which is important for understanding lithium-ion batteries, the type of chemistry, what kind of gases are emitted, if there is thermal runaway or a fire, and how the system can be designed to prevent explosions and to prevent any concern over explosive danger. And then UL 1973, which also looks at battery design elements all the way down to the cell level. So a lot of comprehensive standards go into these systems. At a base level, this is a cross-section of the Powell battery segment. And yeah, sorry, so this cross-section refers to an individual one of those units that are stacked up in a row. And each one of these units, again, has its own gas detector, smoke detector, heat detector, statics aerosol suppressant, and fire department connection and dry standpipe that can be connected to a sprinkler on the inside of the system. Each of these units has its own HVAC system with ventilation that specifically is part of the NFPA 69 certification, being able to show that these systems can ventilate gases as needed, and most importantly, have layers of redundancy and fire alarms and fire prevention such that in any kind of conditions where fire could occur, those are detected early on before there's ever a fire. And certainly if there is a fire, then that's detected and dealt with appropriately with fire suppression systems. So moving to just our updated project design. We did hear all the comments of the last hearing, both with the select board and through our Board of Health process. we wanted to go back to the drawing board with the property owner and try to explore, each possible alternative that could exist on the site. Is there anything we could do to improve the site design and location to help mitigate some of the concerns that have been raised? To improve on the design, although we felt safe and comfortable with the design location as is, we want to provide as much comfort as possible and make sure as many people are as happy with the design as we are. This is the previous site plan that was submitted initially. In total square footage, in terms of a limit of work, it's about 48,000 square feet. That's encompassing the footprint as well as the access road and the underground line leading out to Piper Road.
Could you orient me a little bit on that map? What roads are where and where the actual facility is in that map?
Yep. So let's see if, yeah. Sure. Series in 2 rows.
You gotta use that mic, grab that one.
Yeah, there you go. Apologies. So Mike right now is pointing to the old system location. Those are the 2 rows of battery segments, each with their own collection segment, and then the 2 concrete pads, which have the individual inverter and transformers for each row of batteries. Again, there was the fence line. We had the vegetative plantings along the southern border between the southern property line and the system fence line. The access road spur to the west leading down the slope to the parking lot. And then again, the underground 3-phase line goes up Discovery Way and then off screen toward Piper Road down the rest of Discovery Way. And then you can see the existing office building and the other features such as the wetlands to the east and the north. Yeah, and then, excuse me, sorry. So the limit of work extended roughly 10 feet beyond that fence line to allow for a little bit of additional space. And that's what totaled to approximately 48,000 square feet. So this is our new further setback system location and condensed design. Highlighted in red, the box showing the previous system location. And so you could see the difference in the size and footprint. So after discussion with the property owner on where they would be willing to site the project alternatively, and also just looking at different factors, setbacks from resource areas, compatibility with other features on site, such as underground septic or utilities, we came to this location that we feel improves on everything in our original design, while also maintaining all the characteristics we need for a successful site. Yeah, so as Mike was pointing out, those are the residential properties abutting the 100 Discovery Way property to the south. And then again, that's the office building kind of in the center of the screen there outlined. So what we've done is we've moved the system further away from the southern property line. Previously, the setback from the system to the closest residence was about 166 feet. That's now been increased to 259 feet. And furthermore, we've been able to shrink the overall footprint from 48,000 square feet to around, I think it was the 13,200 square feet. And most of that elimination is in the form of, we're no longer cutting down nearly as many trees with that footprint. What we'd be proposing is to grade into the slope. So again, for those that it's a little hard to see the grading detail, but the ground slopes away up from the parking lot back toward the original proposed location. So we would propose to do grading and do a cut into that slope, stabilize the slope with a retaining wall, and kind of couch the system kind of in that cut. Most of that slope is just dirt. There's a line of kind of visual trees adjacent to the parking lot. We would remove some of those as needed to make that cut. We would look to install concrete bollards along the front of the system, adjacent to the parking lot, for vehicular protection and protection of the system. Everything else about the site, in terms of the underground line running out to Piper Road, would remain the same. We're still looking to maintain an approximate 100-foot setback from the existing office building. We're still in groundwater protection zone 4, and we're also still siting the system outside of any sensitive wetland resource areas or buffer zones. And this like,
I'm sorry, I know that I can't speak, but I still, could you just point to the old location and then the new location?
yeah, absolutely. So the old location is just that larger rectangular, right rectangle down to the south.
Got it, yeah.
So, and again, that, sorry, and the new location is another 100 feet setback. So it's basically just off the parking lot. It will be just off the parking lot. Sure.
Is there another screen that shows the new location?
I can pull up the, I can pull up the site plan to show and zoom in a little more if that will help. Mm-hmm. So this is the southern edge of the existing parking lot again. The existing parking lot runs right here where my cursor is tracing. So previously the system was right here. Again, the distance from the original location to the nearest residence was around 166 feet. Again, further setback now. In terms of the actual system limit or fence line, it's increased to 259 feet. To the actual equipment, it's right about 100 and another 100 feet setback from the closest residence. Again, this slope here, you can kind of see these squigglies. Those are the current tree line on both sides. So most of the space where the system would now be proposed is currently cleared. It's just dirt. There is, again, some visual trees here that would be removed as needed. We would no longer need the access road. This would put it also closer within 80 feet of the existing fire hydrant on site. So, and we'll be looking to confirm this with the fire department. They were looking for a minimum distance of 150 feet to the closest hydrant. So, whereas previously we were going to need a new hydrant, now we can utilize the hydrant that's effectively adjacent to the system location. The system would be at grade with the parking lot. So from the southern property line looking toward the system, you wouldn't see the system. It would be down at grade with the parking lot. Again, we'd have a retaining wall built up. So the system would be completely screened from the southern property line and southern abutters, both visually and from any other impacts such as sound. And again, we're looking to maintain still an approximate 100-foot setback from the existing office building. And then again, just flipping back, that was compared to this previous design and location, closer to the property line, bigger footprint because it was in the tree line with this access road. So overall, a very significant reduction in the limit of work and the amount of clearing needed. Some increased grading work due to the need for that retaining wall, but we feel that it's certainly an improvement given that it'll be directly accessible off the parking lot. And just kind of recapping here, those benefits, we feel that it really improves on the design. It was a location that we were able to work out with the property owner. There's, a few complications just making it work with the parking lot, but we do feel like this is an improvement and helps mitigate those concerns that were raised. We did want to provide, coincidentally, the project that's at the Acton Boxborough High School provides somewhat of a pretty close visual example of what the project could look like or would look like. it would look fairly similar to this in terms of being set just off the parking lot. You'd have the system located with concrete bollards, again, for purposes of protecting the system from any vehicular traffic. The interconnection route from the utility would run directly to the system, and then the system itself kind of sitting at grade with the parking lot with wooded areas and residential properties further set back out of sight. So just thought it was a good example to help visualize what it could look like rather than just on a plan. Lastly, we just want to give a brief update on the Board of, where we're sitting with the Board of Health. We've had a few meetings with the Board of Health since meeting with the Select Board. We have discussed a number of topics, containment, fire prevention, mitigation, and mitigation and noise. We've discussed a number of permanent conditions, or conditions on the project that we place, such as fire training with the fire department, both before and after the project's constructed. Again, concrete bollards, safety enhancements, security enhancements for the system. We're in the process of updating our emergency response plan and sound study for the project based on the new site design, and we'll be submitting those to the Board of Health. Our goal is to submit everything to the Board of Health if possible before their next meeting, basically with a recompiled package, but we have had productive conversations, and we anticipate being able to move forward with the Board of Health fairly quickly in addressing their remaining concerns. And that's the update we want to give. Apologies for the length, just wanted to make sure we ran through everything, and happy to take any questions. We'll send the presentation through to Kristen so she can post online for availability. I assume it'll be posted at the link where the other materials are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. David?
Just a quick question to the gentleman's concern. When do you expect to have your new package submitted to the town?
Sure. So we're updating some additional finer details on the site right now, or I should say the updated site plan specific to stormwater. We're hoping to submit it, as soon as we can. The Board of Health application materials, we're looking to resubmit by next Tuesday in terms of what's needed for planning. Again, it's really just the remaining stormwater details, so we'll have to figure out a date, but it would be in the coming 2 weeks, next 2 weeks.
So kind of definitely before the end of the year?
That would be our hope, yes, if not the end of the first week of January.
And then those materials for everybody will be put with all the rest of the project materials. So you will be able to go back to the site where you've gotten the initial plan to get the updated plan. Same place.
Thank you. Any questions from board members? Imogen?
Thank you. One of my questions was, you did mention that there was a significant decrease in square feet of the facility. I was wondering if you can go into more detail about that. And you did mention that there weren't going to be any safety features that weren't going to be compromised with this new size. And it is good that it's shorter, it is smaller, but I would like to hear more about how those changes were made, and if you could remind me again what the difference of square feet is in the new facility design.
Sure. Yeah, so one of the primary reasons why the site was larger in its previous location was mostly because of where it was within the tree line. So we wanted to ensure there was additional space set back from, just given the fact that it was going to be surrounded by existing vegetation. We did want to make sure there was some appropriate setbacks on all sides. With the new location, that meant just a larger footprint, so the batteries would be more spaced out. With the new location, just given that the majority of the site will be kind of surrounded by a more exposed area, directly to the parking lot, we're able to reduce those setbacks. There's obviously not a concern over, as much a concern over direct vegetation surrounding the entirety of the system. In terms of setbacks or spacing of the batteries themselves within the site, the footprint from a safety perspective, we're still meeting all the designer recommendations for proper spacing of the batteries primarily between the rows, and as well as and as well as NFPA 855 recommended setbacks. So we look to both NFPA 855 as well as the manufacturer recommendations. So we're not going to drop under those recommendations for battery spacing. And then just up there, I apologize, I think I misspoke earlier. The previous site footprint from a limit of work perspective was 44,800 square feet, and it's now 13,200.
Thank you. Other questions from him, Joe?
Sorry about that. One more question. You did mention that, and this is definitely more of a Board of Health question, but I am very curious to hear what changes are being proposed in the emergency preparedness plan. You said that you've been working on that. Can you give us a few highlights on what those changes look like?
Sure, great question. Most of the changes are some additional information that just wasn't provided in that initial draft to the board. So nothing that actually was, most of it's not necessarily been impacted by the site plan. Most of the updates to the emergency response plan that are impacted by the site plan are just kind of the diagrams in the plan that just show where the system is, location of certain equipment, the Knox box, the closest hydrant, those kinds of things. Again, since, for example, we're no longer going to be proposing a new hydrant just because we're going to be much closer to the existing one, those kind of changes are being factored in. But in terms of procedure, how first responders should respond to the site in the event of emergency, all of those are going to be pretty much remaining the same. There's not going to be material changes on that front.
Thank you. So I'll open it to limited questions from the audience, considering that these folks will be back here to see us again in a few more weeks. And at that point, we'll also have a planning department review of the plans. But if anybody wishes to make some very brief comments, I provide that opportunity. Please approach the podium.
Hi, Deborah Symes, 109 Concord Road. Hi. A couple of questions. One is you threw out some metrics about the Clean Peak program, and you said it saves $710 million across the Commonwealth and 560,000 metric tons of carbon, I assume, or broad emissions. Is that somehow historical data, or is that projected, and is that per year? Are those, not is that?
I'll have to follow up on this, but I can get clarity on those numbers and provide them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And may I ask one other question? Thank you. I had so many I have to pick. Oh, so this may have happened at the last hearing, and I don't remember it, but if there's a power outage, I mean, this is kind of meta and weird, but like, what's the backup? Is it the battery itself that allows it to continue to function?
Yeah, so that's a great question. It was a point I didn't touch on in the presentation, but that's another benefit of the battery storage systems, standalone energy storage systems, since they are AC coupled directly to the grid. They do help improve grid resiliency and can, in some instances, provide backup to the grid in case of outages. I think actually recently with the hurricane that passed through Florida, there was a community in Florida that was able to stay powered on through a grid-connected energy storage system. I could find that article to provide to you, but they do provide additional resiliency and backup.
And a follow-up or no on that point? Sorry.
Quickly, yeah.
So I understand that, but is it using its own stored power to allow the facility to continue to function?
Oh, I see.
As opposed to pulling more power down from the grid in order to work?
Right. In the event of a power outage, any auxiliary power the system needs, like to function, HVAC or anything like that, it would use its own power.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Thank you.
Angela Morrison, 15 Brucewood Road. Just two follow-up questions on hers. On the emissions that you're saying that are being saved from the system, are you guys factoring in the emissions that are created from building the system and the mining and the refining and putting it all together too?
So what you're referring to is typically life cycle analysis of systems and from start to finish, like production and retirement. Most estimates of offset of emissions don't typically factor in like full life cycle, whether that be solar or energy storage. I could clarify, I don't want to misspeak, but I can clarify for you, but I would assume that that number doesn't. Yeah.
Doesn't?
Doesn't, yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure, because I know the production usually to create batteries is more than what the savings in emissions is over time. Next question is, can you pull up the site meeting real quick, or the site plan thing? So at the last meeting, you brought up that you guys were talking about changing where the new location is, and you mentioned that it would be in that top left corner away from all of the houses. What changed since then?
Yeah, so we looked at a number of locations on the site, and yeah, Mike can point to where she's referring to, which is the turnaround area. So that area is in fact part of the subdivision of the site. So it's called on the deed and as part of the subdivision, the turnaround area. It's considered the end of Discovery Way, the road. So with the current subdivision, you're not actually allowed to build in that area where that so there's a gap between the actual parking lot and that turnaround area, but most of that area is unavailable for construction due to the subdivision.
So can it move to the right?
You're saying the entirety of the subdivision road?
Yeah. Because I think at the last meeting, it was proposed that it would go completely on the other side.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that gave a lot of people false hope. Not that we're okay with it at all. That's another discussion at the Board of Health meeting. But the promise of it going on the exact opposite side of the neighborhood, I think some people were, oh, okay. But this isn't, in my opinion, much different than the original one. 100 feet isn't much, in my opinion.
Sure. So I know at the Board of Health meeting, I mentioned we were looking at that area and hoping to potentially look into siting it there. I did mention at that meeting, we still had to follow up with planning, review whether or not it could be put there from a planning perspective. And also, we still had to talk to the property owner in terms of, if we could put it there, and also if there were implications on what would be required to put it there, whether or not we would be allowed to. So unfortunately, since that meeting, we've been, again, speaking with the property owner, speaking with planning, exploring all the alternatives on site. And right now, this is the solution and the updated site plan we've come to. I think if there's sort of a blank slate, we'd love to put it anywhere. If there were no office building, probably put it in the middle of the site. But this is the solution we feel is best and mitigates the concerns that have been raised.
Okay. Not for the neighborhood, but for the property owner and business.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, I'm Tara from Mass Ave in West Acton. I support her life cycle analysis request, and I hope you get those numbers in writing so that we can investigate the validity of the numbers. Because I appreciate the industry-wide numbers, but it's meaningless when we're trying to make a decision about whether it's worth the destruction and the danger to have this facility on this parcel. Then I'd like to know what the acres disturbed before and after, and I might have missed that. You might have said it at the beginning. And then to be careful about the Board of Health side that said that you provided, you addressed some concerns. That usually means from an applicant's perspective that they have provided some answers. There's no way to know whether those answers were actually, whether those concerns were addressed from a Board of Health perspective or the member of the public perspective. So did somebody talk about the number of acres of trees before and after with the two different proposals?
Sure, so just
I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about 2/3 less. Not that I'm, again, happy with the proposal at all. I just wanted to know the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. This is a question, not a speech, promise. Michael Schultz, 24 Brucewood Road. I was gratified to see the improvements in safety that are being made for ESS systems. I know the technology is evolving, and I know it's getting better. I also know, though, that it's only 4 or 5 years old. So I just want to ask, is anyone at Blue Wave prepared to say 100% that a massive thermal runaway explosion is impossible in the proposed?
The system, I can't speak definitively for absolutes, either 100% or 0%, that nothing will happen, or yes, something absolutely will happen. Again, I point to the incredible level of scrutiny and design standard that has been raised for these systems over the years. I think you or excuse me, I'm speaking to the board. What many abutters and public have raised are the concerns in the past over fires, and all I can say is these systems have evolved quite a bit beyond the early days of these systems. That doesn't mean events can still happen, and that's why the primary focus of design and standard certification nowadays goes to, if something happens, whether it be a fire event or localized thermal runaway, say to a cell or a group of cells within a unit, that it doesn't spread or propagate and doesn't create a larger public health or safety concern.
Thanks, Josh. I think I got my answer.
Thank you. Next.
I am Don Hoban, 8 Brucewood Road. 2 probably really quick questions. One is, in September, City of Waltham had an electrical surge caused by a faulty substation. Created havoc within some homes and commercial buildings, and also on some of their infrastructure. I'm curious about what, if any, safeguards are in place for that. And then secondly, North Carolina recently had what they think is an act of domestic sabotage, and how vulnerable is the battery to something like that as well? Thank you.
Briefly touching on those, so the system as a whole, from a site perspective, has multiple layers of protection against grid conditions, such as overcurrent conditions or irregular voltage conditions. As part of the interconnection with the utility, they have a set of equipment on their end where if irregular grid conditions are detected, they have shutoffs and load break disconnect. We also are required by utility tariffs to have that same equipment before even getting to the system. Once you get to the system, the inverters themselves are often equipped with overcurrent settings. There's very fine thresholds for what trips inverters to shut down a system and stop the battery from being charged with faulty conditions from the grid. So there is a high degree of protection from any kind of grid conditions that would shut the system off from the grid and prevent it from being charged or overcharged, if that's a concern. And then on the second question, we also noted or saw the events in North Carolina for the substations that were the target of some shootings. It's unfortunate to see, and I think any piece of infrastructure on the grid, be it a private or public substation, solar project, those are all going to technically be exposed. I mean, these projects are often sited in areas where they can be reached. One of the concerns of the Board of Health was putting some security systems in, cameras, extra security to ensure that people can't access the site. As I mentioned, as part of the UL 9540 testing, there are tests for penetrative tests for the cells, such as a nail test to see what would happen if some kind of object were to penetrate the cell, what happens to it, and is it still able to prevent the system as a whole, thermal runaway, and conditions from creating a fire. So we feel pretty good about the system safety from that perspective, say if a similar projectile were to do it.
Thank you.
John Bookus, Oakwood Road. There are 2 forces of nature I'm worried about. One are the 100-year storms that seem to happen every 5-10 years, and the floods that come with them, and my concerns for the batteries, and also for the water supply or the runoff that might be affected by it. The second is lightning, which seems not so much a worry if there are trees nearby, but if we're moving away from trees, I'd love you to comment on a way to abate the concerns of lightning. My third force of nature is having taught 2 16-year-olds to drive, and cars hitting the batteries, and perhaps shutting down an area so that people who are learning to drive in a parking lot stay far and far away. Those are my 3 concerns. Thank you.
So Mass DEP stormwater standards, for every project, we're looking at 5, 10, 100-year storm events. So we're, again, currently updating the stormwater calculations for our site, making sure that there is minimal or there's no concern from an increase in stormwater outflows, just due to the new site design and the reduced limit of clearing. The existing stormwater flows on site are going to change very little in terms of an increase to stormwater flows. Again, we're running those calculations, but just given the much reduced clearing of trees and changing of ground cover conditions, we expect that to be very minimal. And again, per DEP stormwater standards, you aren't allowed to increase stormwater flows off-site in the event of a 100-year storm. We also are out of the flood zone, so the nearest flood zone is to the east of the site, kind of in that wetland system to the east. It's about, I think, 152-foot elevation, and our system and the parking lot would be at around 162, 164-foot elevation. From a lighting perspective, certainly a good question. As you mentioned, there would be, you would think with the office building adjacent to the site, much taller, the trees off as well, that if there's any concern over lightning strikes in the area, those are pretty tall trees. They're likely going to be, if there were a lightning strike in that property, would be likely targeting the trees. We'll certainly take another look, and if there's a concern we have over potential lightning impacting the system, which we currently don't have, we could propose lightning arresters or some similar equipment on site. And then finally, the parking lot concern, again, we have discussed this with the Board of Health. We are proposing concrete bollards on the system. NFPA 855 also covers systems that are located in parking lots and what kind of bollards should be provided and vehicular obstructions to prevent concerns over collisions with the system. This is an office parking lot. Most of the current tenants use the northern side of the parking lot. And again, the system would be offset from the parking lot itself, so we don't have concerns over traffic that's not used to drive around the system or the building coming in and out on a regular basis, but certainly we would go through a process with the property owner to explain, here's the system, here's the setbacks, if there's parking next to it, who uses it, if it's supposed to be used by the tenants or by anyone using the office building, or if not, and just making sure everyone's aware of the system and how to navigate around it.
Thank you.
Elena Petrov, 1 Pinewood Road. I have 2 questions. I'm not sure if they can answer that or not. From real estate point of view, I would like to find out what is your arrangement with the owner of the space. It's probably long-term lease of the, and if it's a long-term, I know sometimes company has like 50 years, 100 years lease. I'm just curious how long the arrangement. I don't know if it's private information or not. And then we know that companies come in and dissolve and the new entity. What is the security built? How the facility can go from one owner to the other owner? So we know actually who is the owner. Because we, neighborhood probably will stay there longer than 100 years. And we would like to know who will own this stuff. I don't know if it's private information or not, but I think it's relevant to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have a option to enter into a long-term lease with the property owner. That lease would have an initial term for 20 years. It's a possibility it could be extended beyond that with mutual agreement with the landowner. But the expected life of the batteries is 20 years. In terms of ownership, Blue Wave will be owning and operating this project. If somehow the project were to be sold in the future or change hands, Blue Wave would be notifying the town, providing updated information, who is going to be that owner, what are their credentials. We don't want to just, well, first off, these systems are sophisticated, and you're not going to just be, they're not going to be owned and operated by someone who's not familiar with them and how to operate them, and whoever owns them is likely going to be owning and operating many of them. So, but there would be, all the information would be passed along to the town, the property owner, at any time of sale, as to who that new owner will be, updating contact information from an emergency response perspective, as well as just an operational perspective as well. Yeah, and certainly it could be a condition of any approval that we are required to notify the town of any change in ownership, be it internal or external.
Thank you.
Prior to construction, we would look to provide a decommissioning estimate to the town, and then pull a bond for the amount of the decommissioning estimate escalated for 20 years in the future. So whatever the cost estimated in 20 years, then that bond would be callable by both the town and the property owner. So in the event, if extremely unlikely event the system were abandoned, the town could pull those funds to remove the project.
Thank you.
But it is Blue Way's responsibility no matter what.
Next.
I'm Janice Ward, 32 Brucewood Road. First of all, someone did mention trees and lightning, and you didn't seem to have a real answer for that. This is called the Woods neighborhood for a reason, because there's a gazillion trees here. It's a very wooded neighborhood. It's very important to us. Second of all, I feel like we have a bait and switch situation here. The last time we came here, you guys said, oh, we can move this facility over the other side of the property, no problem. Don't worry. I feel like I've been patted on the head and then told to go away. We're going to take care of it. And you've only moved it 100 feet. The third thing is, you showed us a facility at the high school. What size is that facility compared to the one you're talking about?
Sure. I do want to clarify, we spoke at the Board of Health meeting about the possible relocation of the system. We made it clear, although we did desire to move it to potentially that the turnaround area as part of the subdivision, that we still had to look into whether it was feasible from a planning perspective and with the property owner. We certainly don't desire or have no wish to bait and switch anyone in the public or the boards. We're trying to work with the town and do our best to mitigate any and all concerns for the site from a design perspective. In terms of the excuse me, my mind blanked on the second question. Could you? Oh, the size, excuse me, yes, thank you. The size of the system at the school, I believe, is 11 megawatt hours. So our system would be a total of 20 megawatt hours, so a 5 megawatt 4-hour battery. So in terms of overall, our project would be a little bigger, slightly more energy dense, but in terms of overall footprint, pretty similar.
Ma'am, would you please come to the mic if you wish to do follow-up?
Well, it's not really a follow-up, it's my original question. How many square feet of the high school site compared to this proposed site?
I don't have the square footage of the high school site on hand. I can get that and compare it. Again, I've been to the high school site just purely from my own estimation, it would be similar, but ours would likely be a little bigger, but I can get the square footage comparison.
My name's Harun. I live in 26 Brucewood Road. And my question is pretty much similar to the previous lady was asking. So you moved the site by 100 feet, and you said that the site further northwest was not buildable. Have you looked into the parking lot between the building and the Road 2? Can you build in that parking lot instead of, just move the site by 100 feet?
So the parking lot area that's between the building and Route 2, we did ask the property owner if it would be possible to put the system there. There's an extensive septic system underneath the parking lot that basically renders the northeast portion of the parking lot not buildable. The northwest corner of the parking lot is also, puts you within the 100-foot buffer of the wetlands. But at this time, we weren't able to work out an arrangement with the property owner where we're able to site the system in the parking lot. But regardless of that, there really is just very limited space anywhere in the parking lot to put the system. Our first thought was in that northeast corner, between Route 2 and the building, but again, impacts to the septic system would render us unable to put the system over on top of that. So the eastern portion of the parking lot is very tight. You are also within the 200-foot buffer zone of the riverfront area, closer to the wetlands. And then the northwest corner is currently being utilized. And then again, we looked at that turnaround area as well. So we have talked to the property owner. I think we sent over close to 10 site conceptual designs to try to explore many options. This is the one we've arrived at, and that we feel is an improvement over the previous original design, further sets back the system from those residential properties.
Well, I can tell you that a lot of my neighbors like took the comfort that, hey, that stuff is close to the road too. Like, it's very far away from our neighborhood. So, I mean, they did not come tonight, and I still feel very uncomfortable. You just move that by 100 feet and call that's done. That's not really much, to the safety of my neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you. David, do we have people online wishing to speak? Okay. Yes. We have, Matt, we have any online comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are 3 raised hands. Do you want me to call on them now?
Yes, please.
First up is William Bebe. William, you should be able to speak.
Okay, Matt, move on.
Next up is Charlie Cadwell. Charlie, you should be able to speak.
Okay, Matt, let's move on. Do we have anyone else?
One more, Rachel Wilson. Rachel, you should be able to speak.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, excellent. So, Rachel Wilson, 12 Brucewood Road. I too am a bit disappointed that it's not in the parking lot as discussed at the Board of Health meeting, but I'd like to know how many trees, and if they don't know at this time, if they could include it when they put up the final site plan, or do they plan to remove? I know that they mentioned a row of ornamental trees along the parking lot, but how far into the woods, if at all, do they need to remove the trees? And if possible, could they flag out the area they plan to remove trees from so that folks could go and get some sort of visual? And that's pretty much all my questions at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I know we provided an estimate of the number of trees per the limit of work footprint previously. We can provide an updated estimate on that, and we can also, it's also been a request from the Board of Health. We can certainly look to flag the area of the system.
Okay, thank you. So I presume that you're going to be looking for a continuance based on, we don't have information we can deal with at this point. Lisa or John, can we look at a possible time for a continuance?
Kristen Guichard is here too, if you have any input on that, Kristen. Virtually.
Kristen, if you wish to speak.
Yes, hi there. Sorry about that. I was just going to mention I have no comments at this time, but once we receive the plans, we'll make sure to review them and send them to the review engineer for their review of the stormwater system. I would request that we have at least 3 weeks, given the holiday week approaching, in order to get that over to GCG, the peer reviewer.
Okay, thank you.
So coming up, we have January 9th and January 23rd.
Looks like January 23rd. David?
Mr. Chair, I move to continue this hearing until January 23rd at 7:10 PM in this place.
Second.
January 23rd, I can't believe you can't hear me, Mike. Yeah. 7:10 PM, January 23rd, in this room. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Gentlemen, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board.
Okay. Next, we have another hearing which we're only about 35 minutes late on. The Select Board of the Town of Acton has the cable The Select Board of the Town of Acton, as the cable television license issuing authority, will hold a cable license proceeding pursuant to Section 626H of the Federal Cable Act, 47 U.S.C. Section 546H, informal licensing process, on Monday, December 19th, 2022, at 7:30 p.m. at Acton Town Hall, room 204, 472 Main Street, Acton, Mass., regarding the renewal of the cable television license of Verizon New England, Inc. For remote participation, use the link to join the public meeting, actonma.gov/meeting/SB, or from a telephone dial 646-876-9923 and enter webinar ID number 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *7 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. Copy of the proposed renewal license as updated prior to the proceeding will be available for review in the town manager's office and also available online as doc.acton-ma.gov/view/collection-16148 after December 14th, 2022. Welcome.
Richard Logan, Cable Advisory Committee. I submitted a presentation. I don't know if you have it available. If not, I'll just read from my notes.
Mark, do we have?
I don't think we have that.
I emailed it.
Check.
I think it was early today because we still had to meet with Verizon. So you may not have seen the email yet.
I think I do. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Okay, so cable television renewal license granted to Verizon New England. Next slide. So the summary is we're renewing the license. The previous license was, I believe, a 15-year license. This license is going to start when we get it finalized. We do have one open item that we need to clear up with them this week. We did talk to them this morning. But hopefully we can get it done and start the license on 2023 to 2028. It is a 5-year license, which is unusual compared to previous licenses of 10 to 15 years. The previous license was from October 2006, expired in 2021, and like everything else in the world, it was delayed due to COVID. Next. So it's a 5-year term. They do have an out After 31 months, they can give us 180 days' notice if they want to get out of the business. But that doesn't forgive them from any of the money for capital. Naturally, the subscriber money would change dramatically. They'll continue to maintain existing drop and outlet basic cable service at no charge to the town or schools as requested. One drop per location. Next slide. There's a little change in the positive of the public access channels. Previously, we had 3 analog channels, which with both Verizon and Comcast over time, we've tried to get changed to standard definition digital. The ActonTV has actually been supplying them that way for a while, but getting the cable companies to accept a real digital signal, what they were doing was down converting it to analog and then back up again, which if you've watched some of the presentations, you see it messes up the signal. They're actually getting a better signal than it looks like from ActonTV. But in addition to those 3 channels becoming digital, they're going to give us 1 HD channel, and it's on us to decide what we want to do with that. Do we want to make it a 4th channel? Do we want to make it just the public, the educational, or the government channel, or do we want to switch it depending on important events happening on one of the 3 original channels? Next, please. This first bullet is just talking about the payments that we get. Technically the payments to the town, but the town has a memorandum of understanding with ActonTV to pass on the money. The revenue payments based on your cable bill to the town or ActonTV is 5% gross annual revenue. That's set by state law. It's also a license fee equal to 50 cents per prescriber. Again, the Massachusetts set that. Why they separated it back in the day, I don't know. But so it's 50% per subscriber and then 5% depending on the total of everybody's bill in Acton. The capital funding is TBD. We were asking them to come up. Their offer is $200,000, and that's been calculated by the town special counsel for cable licenses. It's based on the fact that they're asking for a shorter license, so we asked for a markup from what would be 3/5 or 3/10 of a previous kind of license based on subscribers. We've had an ask. They've made an offer of $200,000. We met with them asking for more. We met again this morning. We have a number that their lawyer thinks they'll accept and that I think you'll accept. And we should be getting an update on that this week. And then if that's the case, we would ask to appear again at I believe there's a meeting on the 30th to get actual vote on approval of the contract. Beyond the current cable license, this is stuff that we presented to you only a few weeks ago for the Comcast, so I won't go over it in detail, but what I would like to say is both the Comcast and Verizon license you see getting renewed, the revenue and the capital money is not something you're going to see a lot of going forward. There is a lot of cord cutting going on. If you look at the peak of Verizon's numbers, it was around 2012. They were nearly 5,000 subscribers. The numbers today is slightly below 3,000. So, people are cutting the cord. Not to get off on a tangent, but people have been asking forever for a la carte on cable. Mostly the big content providers like ABC and Disney. have forced the cables companies not to do that, and people don't want to be paying for 1,500 channels they don't watch, so now people are starting to cut the cord and subscribe to the stuff they want. And that's going to continue, and so the town and ActonTV need to start now and not wait 5 or 10 years for those licenses to expire to see what, if any, funding is going to be available, or sponsorships or whatever. But from the Cable Committee's point of view, we need to start now, figure out what we're going to do about that. Next is just backup information. If you have any questions, I have a few slides of backup. But that's generally where we're at. All the other language in the contract is agreed upon between the committee and Verizon. The 5% and the 50 cents per subscriber is set in stone with the state. So it's just the capital money that we're hoping to get a few thousand more out of them above their 200,000 offer, so that we'll get off to a good start with the capital money from Comcast and Verizon, and going forward, we know that's going to dwindle dramatically.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify to the board, the town manager and I have spoken about possibility of having a short virtual meeting on December 30th to deal with this and any other time-sensitive matters that might occur. John, do you want to update us on that?
I was hoping to avoid that meeting, but we'll certainly do whatever we have to do to get things done by the end of the year. I don't have an update, other than we'll make it work if we have to.
Okay, thank you. My understanding is we do have to vote on this before the end of the calendar year?
Well, we want to get it in, otherwise there'll be changes to the contract as far as dates and things like that. And because of COVID and other things corporately outside of our control, it's dragged on for quite a while. We want to get it closed.
Okay, thank you. David.
Hi, thank you very much. Very good presentation. Can you just tell me what the PEG capital money is used for?
Well, the PEG is the 3 channels you see from ActonTV, the public channel, the educational channel, and the government channel. And ActonTV is generally used that to upgrade equipment.
Thank you.
Okay, other question? Jim?
Yeah, thanks. I've been learning a lot from these presentations. Hopefully I won't forget it all over the next 5 years, but yeah, it's okay. You'll come back and re-educate us. So we did get a summary from, Attorney William Solomon.
Yes.
Maybe you've seen that too, that one was dated December 15. And there was a strange thing about it was it mentioned a PEG access studio at 686 South Street, which sounded like some other town.
It certainly sounds like a cut and paste error.
Yeah, so I was worried that there might be other errors there because of the, if that was wrong, we didn't know what else might be wrong. So that might be worth taking a look at between now and the 30th, just to make sure we don't have any, incorrect information here. Thanks.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, Imogen.
Thank you. Yes, one quick question. So you did mention that this is a shorter contract. I'm wondering if you know why Verizon is pitching a shorter contract, or to the best of your knowledge, why that's the case.
Well, Verizon hasn't disclosed their corporate strategy per se to us, but it's pretty obvious to us that it's because of cord cutting and the subscribers on cable dwindling, that a lot of cable companies are looking at either having you get broadband from them, and then they will get into the content business, which I've already seen articles in the past few weeks, Verizon looking to acquire some of the content companies. And there's also technical talk going on that everything might just go to 5G, and you would have a 5G box in your house and get the same content, but because of law technicalities, it wouldn't be cable. but you would be able to get the same kind of service. So what Verizon is putting their bets down on, I can't say percentage-wise, but I'm guessing it would end up being broadband and content.
Okay, thank you. Other comments from the board? Comments from the audience?
Speaking of errors, the first slide said 5 years through December 31, 2028. It should be 2027. 2023, 4, 5, 6, 7. If it's going to end on December 31, it should be 2027, not 2028.
Thank you.
Thank you. John?
I have a comment, and I understand Attorney Solomon's here in the virtual room too, but I would just reiterate what I mentioned at the last cable hearing is that, and it was just mentioned also here, that we need to identify a strategy for funding this valuable service that's provided in broadcasting our government meetings and town meeting, all the things that ActonTV does for us, because if everybody's cost is going a little bit up every year, right, and their revenue is going in the opposite direction, and so it's something that needs to be discussed here in town and with ActonTV, and that needs to be sorted out in the next few years so that we're not stuck.
Thank you. Too bad you've already submitted your budget, John. David? Yes. Attorney Solomon?
Yes, hi, how are you? Thank you. Good to be here. Let me put this up. So just a few items. One is, we've gone over the various license fairly carefully. I wasn't sure whether the reference was to the studio, if it was in the license or the summary. We'll correct it if it's incorrect, but what I do is, I check these over against other licenses on its own. So I was wondering where the reference was to the studio. I can certainly correct it if it's there.
Bill, this is Rich. On page 2 of your summary,
okay.
Where it says PEG, interconnection and cable casting, it has 686.
Oh, okay, yeah. And my explanation only and not, is that when we were putting this together, deciding what to do today for this hearing, I put the summary together quickly before the agenda went out. So, I always use a template rather than retyping it. So the level of work on that summary is very vastly different than the level of work on the license itself. But I just took a look at the license. It has the correct Craig Street address. But thank you for pointing that out. So just a few thoughts. Verizon about 5 years ago told Wall Street that they were getting out of the cable business. They prefer to, if they see it, do streaming video. In their perfect world, they would have all customers as a wireless customer, even though there's fiber behind it. And the leadership of the company has tried to pursue that, and the way they pursue that with the folks who work for them on licensing, cable franchising, both nationally and council, who are East Coast Council, but out of Massachusetts, is to try to limit their commitment to a cable license, because of the leadership of the company has a dream of transitioning. That dream really might require 5G small cell hotspots. That's something that has been delayed. So the 5 years really represents their wanting to have flexibility going forward. But I do think that they're overly optimistic about their transition, because they have a good business, and it's appreciated by those who have cable. And while there are people who do cut or shave the cord, they still have a significant cable business that in Acton and elsewhere that provides significant revenue that a company doesn't necessarily just want to give up. So it really represents their goal for flexibility rather than an immediate intent to change something. And that's why they're continuing to license, but would like that 3 year out. As mentioned by the chair, exchange for the 3 year out They provide 5 years of capital funding in 3 years. And additionally, and to their credit, they understand that for that flexibility, since towns don't always enter in agreements where there's different terms that apply, or different both parties, they provide a premium. So the capital number of Verizon represents both the greater number of Verizon subscribers over Comcast. It represents some level of premium in addition to what paid by Comcast in exchange for that flexibility. And that also would require the town to relicense again going forward, where otherwise it wouldn't have to. I guess that's, as to the meeting on December 30th, is it? You have before you had the draft license. The only thing that would be different in that license, other than maybe a tweak or two where we were jiving what I had versus what Verizon had to match what was agreed to, would be the capital dollar number. So it would be the same as you now have before you. So that, and having had the hearing today, I anticipate that the meeting on the 30th, for purposes of the cable matter, would take no more than 10 minutes, if that, unless there's some significant discussion that doesn't happen here. So I think it would be very, very quick. And I think there's advantages to getting things done in 2022, because sometimes large corporations' decisions are made at higher levels, and when those decisions are made, it's harder to finalize what the folks below have been working on. So I think it's in the town's interest to complete this year, so the town has the certainty of the license gets negotiated. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I guess the only other thing I'd say is that with respect to the funding of both the Comcast and Verizon license, at least these licenses are in the top 2 or 3% of all cable licenses in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And that's a tribute to your cable committee and to your administrative staff and technical staff, Mark Hall, and Matt, and Oleg, who's head prior chair, and the rest of the committee. And this license really represents the best, not only in terms of licenses represent the leading edge on the legal issues, making sure that the terms that the town has negotiated are fulfilled during the license term. So it's a very strong license financially and legally.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So, Mr.
Have you heard from the public? I guess we have. Yes. Yes, thank you.
So any other questions from the board? Okay. John, I guess we'll have to work with you on how we end up doing that final vote.
So you would continue the hearing, or you would close the hearing and then just vote?
I think you can close the hearing if you like.
That would be easier. Okay.
Yeah, close the hearing. And, we're going to hear from Verizon, I believe, as early as tomorrow. If we don't have an agreement with Verizon, then we wouldn't have a meeting. If we do have an agreement with Verizon, then the suggestion of, 5-10 minute meeting would be all that you would need to take the final vote.
David.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the Verizon cable license hearing.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to close the Verizon hearing. Commentary? All in favor of closing this Verizon hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we're closed. All right. We are at 8:30, and now we will entertain residents' concerns. Any concerns that are not addressed in the agenda? Anyone has any comments? Please come forward.
Yes, this is Chair Masav again. I have a concern about appointing James Fujiani to full, to the planning board at all, but directly to full, bypassing people who have been on the committee. But I feel like, based on the history I've seen of his professional life, that I love the idea of age-friendly. It's awesome. But I feel like age-friendly where it's already being built, as opposed to age-friendly trying to promote new business, new building. The organization he works for apparently is a Smart Growth Alliance partner. He's presented in Smart Growth conferences. To be able to present at a Smart Growth conference, I know because I applied and went through the process, you've got to have an organization that is a Smart Growth partner. To be a Smart Growth partner, you have to be silent on the matters that the other partners advocate. So you either have to support it or you have to be silent. And one of those, the main reason the Smart Growth Alliance exists is new growth. So I have concerns to appoint effectively a professional advocate for new growth or silent on new growth. I feel like that's an inappropriate or bad decision, bad thing to do. So I hope that in the case that my suspicions are wrong, or in the case to give us some time to investigate further, to have him come and talk about his stances, whether he can be balanced on the idea of destroying acres of trees for single family or multifamily, whatever it is, that there's a reason for it, that's a community need, as opposed to just satisfying the market. So I hope that you hold his appointment and give us time to get him here and ask questions of him, so that we can feel as a public that he would have a balanced view relative to the master plan and other community goals, as opposed to being really focused on his own goals and his partner's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other resident concerns?
Yes, good evening. Martin Benson, 21 Deacon Hunt Drive. During residents' concerns at the October 17th, 2022 Select Board meeting, I suggested it was improper for Mr. Martin to issue an inflammatory public statement on behalf of the DEIC regarding the September lockdown at the high school. I reminded the community that Mr. Martin has a history of issuing statements on behalf of the town which fit his predetermined narrative without first waiting until all the facts have been disclosed publicly. For example, soon after the Zoom bombing, Mr. Martin worked with Mr. Mangiarotti and Mr. Light to push the false narrative that colonial mascot supporters were responsible. Mr. Martin responded verbatim during his member minute by saying, quote, "First of all of the things in Mr. Benson's opening statement that called out me explicitly were wrong. To say that none of them were correct," end quote. Mr. Martin, there are dozens of your emails as well as your own comments on public record which prove otherwise. While on the Select Board, you have made multiple false accusations against members of our community. As a reminder, and as an elected official, you are held to a higher standard when it comes to libel, slander, and defamation of character. Secondly, despite filing 3 appeals with the Secretary of State, I still have yet to receive from the town a response to my records request of April 20th, 2022, compliant with the public records law. The town still has not cited the legal exemption for any of the redactions found in the released documents. A 4th appeal will be submitted if the town does not fulfill this legal requirement. Third, tonight this board is going to consider removing a member from the 250th Anniversary Committee due to hurtful behavior. Therefore, I'm requesting this board add an agenda item for their next meeting to discuss removing Mr. Mangiarotti from the 250 committee, as he too has displayed hurtful behavior directed at members of our community. While overseeing the Zoom bombing investigation, Mr. Mangiarotti colluded with Superintendent Light to spread false conspiracy theories, insinuating that colonial mascot supporters caused the attack. Prior to the Zoom bombing, they intended to hire an outside agency called Visions to conduct meetings with elected leaders so they would disregard Mr. Light's unethical behavior and instead unite around the predetermined retirement decision. The pair saw the Zoom bombing as their opportunity to push for Visions. After spreading these false conspiracy theories, Mr. Mangiarotti purposely withheld information exonerating colonial mascot supporters for the sole purpose of promoting the need to work with Visions. Further, in March of 2021, Mr. Mangiarotti falsely claimed he could provide no further updates regarding the police investigation, even though the police report was considered a public record. In addition to falsely blaming mascot supporters for the Zoom bombing and then inappropriately withholding the investigative results, Mr. Mangiarotti also engaged in covert efforts to de-emphasize Acton's colonial history. With only Mr. Martin's knowledge and not that of the entire select board, Mr. Mangiarotti hired community circles to conduct diversity and inclusion training for town staff based on the premise that anger over the colonial mascot change led to the Zoom bombing. Following the training, community circles issued a memo emailed to town staff and not CC'd to the select board, recommending the town conduct a, quote, review for unintended colonial symbolism. Furthermore, Mr. Mangiarotti has displayed breathtaking level of disregard and disrespect for our town heroes interred at the town common. He has on multiple occasions gone beyond his scope as town manager and authorized the illegal desecration of the gravesite housing our nation's first veterans. Despite the hurt felt by many residents, he has never issued a formal apology. Mr. Mangiarotti's participation on the committee will only bring division and controversy given the hurt he has caused to so many individuals. His false allegations resulted in a considerable number of Acton citizens feeling unsafe from the coordinated attacks by the school system, town government, and social media. These residents shouldn't have to relive this trauma during the 250th anniversary. Mr. Mangiarotti should immediately step down or be removed from the committee. Lastly, Mr. Mangiarotti, could you please answer this one question during your update? Was any representative from John Guilfoyle Public Relations Firm involved in the planning or production of the school district statement on December 18th, 2020? Thank you.
Thank you. Other resident concerns?
Yeah, Nijan Datar, Wincliffe Drive. I fully expect a coordinated attempt by David Martin and others to sabotage Dave Lunger's appointment to the 250 committee. It will consist of a combination of lies, half-truths, hyperbole, and vile accusations.
Sure.
I will say more during that agenda item, but want to use my time and citizens' concerns to point out the various untruths that he continually spouts. First, a couple of meetings ago, he accused me, without naming me, in open session of dissing black people. It was a vile and defamatory thing to say, more so because it was a lie. I will never forget that. More recently, when Daniel Gilfix confronted him about unequal treatment given to him and another speaker, he doubled down on his untruths, even when the exact minute and second on the video was pointed out to him. And this is what he said at the last meeting in response to Dean Charter during the discussion about allowing public input remotely, slightly paraphrasing in the interest of time. Quote, "We used to allow public input at DAIC meetings, but a small group of people, about 3, who would come on for weeks in a row and say things which would get some members of the committee in tears. It's exhausting to deal with statements that there is no such thing as racism in Acton again and again and again, that we've never had a problem with ethnic slurs on our streets again and again and again, that actions like shooting Asian women in Atlanta was not a racist act again and again and again. Those things are exhausting for members to deal with. People were saying things that were demonstrably false and attacking people on the committee. I chose to protect the members of the DEIC by not allowing any input, only send email. The policy was to account for abuse of members of the committee." Unquote. Did you hear that? Several long sentences, every single one of them a blatant lie. He could disprove any of those sentences by bringing forth audio and or video evidence from the meetings, but he never has and he never will, because these things never happen. Who are these 3 horrendous people who abused committee members and brought them to tears? Is he referring to me, Charlie, I don't know, Leo? I mean, who are they? Whoever they are, shouldn't these 3 be shamed in public the way you plan to shame Dave Lunger in a few minutes? To the rest of you select board members, your fiduciary responsibility is to the citizens of Acton, not to each other. So the next time an assertion is made by one of your colleagues in open session that is questionable at best, I hope you ask for evidence before accepting it at face value. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other resident concerns? All right. Moving on. Town manager update.
Thank you. I spent a lot of time on the microphone early, so I'll be brief. I want to recognize some long-standing and very valuable members of our organization that will be retiring in the near future. Our police chief, Rich Burrows, He'll be retiring at the end of this year. He's been the chief here for 5 years, and before that, he came on as our deputy. He's shown a lot of leadership and brought some really important initiatives forward related to community policing and school resource officers and the clinical co-response, and he was instrumental in getting the department accredited again, which is a big honor and shows a lot of professionalism for police departments. I also want to recognize 3 pillars in the finance department that are going to be moving on in the next few weeks. Finance Director, Treasurer Steve Barrett served this community since 2000 as its finance director. We'll miss Steve's sharp financial skills, dedicated leadership, and warm personality. Brian McMullen, the Assistant Finance Director, Principal Assessor. He's served the community since 1992 and has been a key part of the financial leadership. He also has been a champion and an advocate for people in need, which has been a really important part of his role here in the town of Acton. And Lisa Wojcik, our town accountant. She's worked here since 1993. She's been a big part of the financial operations for many years. She was appointed as town accountant in 2012. She brings a wealth of knowledge. She's a critical part of the operations. She's a very thoughtful and dedicated coworker. So it's going to be a lot of change in the finance department, and I just want to thank them and congratulate them on their retirement and wish them the best and just thank them for their service to the community.
Thank you. Does any select board member wish to make any comments? Fran.
I just wanted to give an update that I attended yet another Court of Honor. This one was in Sudbury for Troop 12. Anna Campbell, Acton's own Anna Campbell, is the first Eagle for the town of Acton, and it was such a nice and moving ceremony. They pinned her with her grandfather's pin, which I thought was so moving, and I just thought I'd give an update.
Thank you. David.
Thank you. Again, everything Mr. Benson said about me is incorrect. It's factually incorrect tonight. And Mr. Datar, what you said that when we were discussing the 250 committee, you brought up the 1619 project and criticized the 1619 project. I didn't do that.
Thank you. Other members? Jim.
Sure, couple little things. Driving here, really nice lights in front of Town Hall. It reminded me of how I just left my house, having sung the blessing over the second night of Hanukkah, another festival that happens right around this time of year. Remembering that I was driving here in the dark, I was recalling that December 7th was the earliest the sunset is going to get. And we're already on the sunset side of things, not on the sunrise side of things, but on the sunset side of things. It's getting lighter. There's all these festivals right around this time of year to acknowledge the both the terror and the miracle of it getting darker and darker and then finally getting lighter and lighter. So I just wish happy holidays to everyone and a lot of light. A couple of other little things. So Tara mentioned James Fuccione. I've had a number of exchanges with him this weekend, and based on Tara's concerns. So I'm enthusiastic about his appointment. But for the purpose of having an open conversation about it, I'll happily pull it off the consent agenda and let people know what my findings were in talking with him. One last thing. We got a great update from the Select Board, got a nice update from John on progress on what's now called the Legacy Tree Project, which is 6 to 8 sections of trees, large trees rescued during the initial clearing and cutting of large trees in Kelly's Corner. Those are now, in the custody of the DPW, and staff are assigned to work on what happens next. The notion is that, if we can take large trees and not chip them up, we don't lose all that carbon that they've sequestered, and we also honor, these long-lived trees that have been growing for a while. And I just wanted to thank John and his staff for beginning to work on that, reaching out to millers to understand, how they could be cut up into lumber, reaching out to different departments about, what needs could be filled by wood. This is red oak, so if you have ideas about the use of large red oak, let me know. I'm happy to pass it on to staff or just contact John directly. I'm excited to see this project unfold. Thanks.
Thank you. Comments from any other members of the board? All right. The update that I will share with you is at least until the end of this board, we reorganize after town meeting, as everyone knows. So my intention would be that we will continue to entertain comments from the audience in person and virtually for all select board meetings until that time when the board's reorganized, and that will be obviously a board decision, and certainly the new chair can weigh in on that. So at least until somewhere around May 2nd or May 3rd, we'll continue to entertain virtual comments to the select board, and hopefully for all other boards and committees. That finishes my update. I think we'll move ahead with our next pieces of business. Item 6, discuss concerns regarding appointment of David Lunger to the 250 Committee. Now, I'd like to caution folks a bit. I know emotions are running high on this whole issue. So I would like to limit comments to a reasonable length of time, 2 or 3 minutes maximum per speaker. I think it's important that we focus on the issues and we don't focus so much on the personalities. I think regardless of what the decision is made regarding Mr. Lunger's continued position on the 250 Committee, I think we have to realize that he is a member of the community and deserves some respect for that. I think all the rest of us deserve respect as well. So I've never yet had to use a gavel, but I'm certainly prepared to do so now if I think that things are going off the deep end. So the way I'd like to proceed with this is Imogen Agarieti raised the issue of Mr. Lunger's suitability to the board. So I'd like to have her introduce this issue, speak to it for a moment or two, and then I would like to open it up for Mr. Lunger to make some comment back. Then we'll have each of the select board members can speak regarding it, and only at that point we will open it up to the audience. After we get suitable discussion of everyone's views from the audience and from the board, I'll give Mr. Lunger another 2 minutes to recap, and then we will discuss the whole matter just amongst the members of the board, and presumably there'll be a motion and a vote at that point. So, Imogen, would you like to introduce the matter?
Thank you. Yes, so for a little bit of context, we did receive a note from a community member outlining concerns of Dave Lunger's appointment, specifically on some of the public comments that he had made specifically on social media around a few conspiracy theories around overthrowing the government, and also those related to anti-LGBTQ plus stances. Upon receiving this letter, we then decided to put this on the agenda just to have a more open and honest discussion. We've also posted a few of the letters that we had gotten from residents, either in support of or against Dave Lunger's appointment. So that's the context of what people know. The research that I've done on my end has been focused on understanding the legal ramifications and what we as a committee, or what we as a board can do, since we have already approved Dave Lunger's appointment. I will say that for me, and I'll speak personally, I have very close family and friends who identify with being LGBTQ+. So seeing those comments was it made me feel really upset. And I don't identify as part of the community. And so I think that it was something that really affected me, and I know that it affected people who do identify. At the end of the day, Acton should be a safe space for everyone, and the people that we have on our boards and committees should be, as the chair said, adhering to basic respect for each other. And so I think that was something that was really frustrating to see. But I will say that moving forward, one thing that we should talk about as a board is how do we address these concerns in the future as well, because this isn't going to be, this shouldn't just be an isolated conversation around one appointment. This should be about how can we as a board set some guidelines and parameters for what we're looking at, what could be our code of conduct for people serving on our committees, and working with working with the VCC, for example, to make sure that, you know, if we do want to update our vetting processes, what that looks like. But I'll stop there because I'd really like to hear about what the board thinks, but also residents who are here who have something to say, would really want to hear their thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lunger, do you care to make some comments?
Okay. I have 3 issues to touch on this evening on this agenda item for the purposes of mending and healing. First, on the references to the United States government. Second, on the inclusion of indigenous people into the 250th anniversary story. And third, on my tweets of concern to the LGBTQ community. On the first point, I wholeheartedly revere the guiding document, the Constitution of the United States for America, what has been referred to as the 5,000-year leap, and have always been intrigued by and drawn to its history. It must be continually strengthened, taught, and celebrated. And here we have a perfect opportunity to do so. In 15 years from now, I hope and pray that Acton then forms a 250th Constitution signing anniversary committee for September 17th, 2037. On the second point, perhaps not directly stated in the agenda item information, the packet that was included, regarding the inclusion of indigenous peoples into the 250th anniversary story. Over the past few months, I've observed Concord's 250 committee already humming with activity since at least 2022, early 2022. Consists of at least 9 subcommittees and 1 top-level committee. At least 100 Concordians are currently involved, and it looks like more will become involved as the months and years go by. While the main focus is on the events of the Concord Bridge on April 19th, Concord does have members that represent and promote the inclusion of stories of Native indigenous peoples. I believe Concord's 250 committee can and should be one for which Acton can strive for as a model of comport and emulate it. This should clearly include indigenous peoples as part of part of the story to be told, taught, dialogued, and celebrated. On the third point, and in heartfelt sincerity. I want to express sorrow for and apologies to those hurt by my tweets. Out of respect for and agreement with feedback, I have deleted those offensive posts that maligned LGBTQ. I will be more conscientious and prudent in my future posts and memes. All Actonians must feel welcome and actually be welcome to participate in the 250th anniversary story unfolding here over the next 3 years. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. So at this point, I'll ask for comments from other members of the Select Board. David.
So I'd like to, well, first I'd like to thank Ms. Purohit, who pointed out the social media posts to us that she felt were incompatible with the 250 committee. Mr. Lunger sent us a written response before today in which he attacked Ms. Purohit and others. And I'd like to note that she didn't make any accusations at all. She just used his own posts and explained the context of those posts. Now let's talk a little bit about his posts. You know, he said tonight that he's sorry about making the anti-LGBTQ posts, of which there were quite a number. I want to point out a couple of things. That the 250 committee includes a statement of inclusion in the charge of the committee. And in addition, last year the Select Board voted to place this statement of respect for all on the Select Board page on the town's website. The Select Board values all Acton's residents. Any type of hurtful speech or action targeting anyone for who they are is unacceptable here, including racism, anti-Semitism, ethnic slurs, homo or transphobia, ableism, etc. Respect for everyone is expected in all interactions in our community. In one of his posts, in addition to just degrading people, gay people or trans people, he advocates, well, he says that he associates gayness with pedophilia. I'd like to note that 90% of pedophiles, more than 90% of pedophiles are straight men. The association of gay people with pedophilia incites violence towards those people. We know that it's happened multiple times in our country. And why someone would push a false narrative that they know, it's been in the news for years now, incites violence, I can't imagine. You know, I appreciate Mr. Lunger's apology tonight, but, you know, for me, one apology doesn't do it. And let's talk about the patriotic nature of this committee, right? So this committee, to me, is a patriotic celebration of the creation of our country, and making plans for that. In one of Mr. Lunger's posts, he posts a top 8 list of ideas of things to do on a date, and the end of the list says to protest the police, start a militia, and overthrow our country. Now, maybe he considers that to be some kind of sick joke, I don't know, but to me that's certainly not patriotic. And put in the context of his other tweets, it's very troubling, right? So he also has tweets that says, no blackpilling, military now is the only way, trust the plan, nothing can stop what is coming, nothing. And over the next few months, as the screws tighten even further, screws over lockdowns, boosters, infiltration, market downturns, war around the globe, the best news, nothing can stop what is coming, nothing, WW. You know, and there are more, right? I selected the 2 here that were in Ms. Purohit's note. I found more. You know, to me, these are calling for military action against the United States. You he says he's in favor of the Constitution, but he's not in favor of the current government. Let me say one other thing. If I was, I'll say two other things, right? I know other people who have been nominated for this committee who I know their social media posts, and they're troubling to me, right? They maybe advocate for causes or various things that are troubling to me. I didn't, and I'm not going to object to those people being on this committee because what they had dealt with in their social media posts doesn't directly affect this committee. But the patriotic nature of this committee means that attacks on our government are directly applicable, right? I wouldn't propose that someone who's an anti-vaxxer be nominated to our Board of Health. In the same way, I'm not going to say that someone who's against the United States or advocates again and again in posts for military action against the United States is a patriotic, could be a patriotic member of this committee. When Mr. Lunger, when we were forming the committee, Mr. Lunger rose to make comments about educating the world about the American Revolution. To me, at that time, it sounded like indoctrination. He was advocating indoctrination. It made me uncomfortable, but I decided to put it aside. And when we appointed him as a 250 member, and I didn't know about this, so I voted for him at that time. However, now that his social media posts have come to light, those indoctrination comments are more troubling to me, and his continued membership in the committee is incompatible with its purpose.
Thank you. Comments from other members of the committee? Jim.
So I look forward to hearing from the rest of the board and from the public. This has been a really troubling issue for me. But I should say up front that my default for now is to advocate that we take no action, that Dave continues his membership on the 250 committee, and that this discussion is useful because now, we're learning about beliefs that he has, and people can watch out for that on the committee. Some other quick thoughts. Being on the committee is not a reward. It's not a prize. It's a lot of work. So people that are willing to do the work, I want them on that committee. I know that there are people with a really wide spectrum of beliefs serving on Acton committees, and they manage to get along for the most part. I've been on some committees. I was on one committee where we did finally, seek to have someone removed, and it worked because they were being actually disruptive. So Dave is currently on a committee that has 11 voting members. So I'm not concerned about if he does advocate for some view that's way out of the mainstream. I'm not concerned about it because he's going to get outvoted. If he's being disruptive in some way, then just like any other member of the committee, the chair and the committee can intervene to either, initially give feedback about disruption, and then ultimately, if the disruption continues, to ask us as the board to remove him. So my standard is about behavior, not about, as we looked a few years ago at a different board member, our stance was it's not our business to be monitoring social media and what people say. And I still think that's true. His posts were, inflammatory, hurtful, and so I appreciate the apology. I think behavior counts. A behavior is an apology. An apology is a behavior, and it counts. We'll see where it goes, but to me that's meaningful. That's it. I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you. Other comments? Fran?
I didn't write any organized thoughts down, but just a few questions. If I can direct this at Himija, I didn't know, I'd love to have the conversation about the process of removing someone from a committee. I was looking through the town charter and I found nothing. So I would love to learn more about that. I don't know if John can speak to that. I know, in person even. So I think these tweets are so egregious to me that I can't even comprehend someone even wanting to be a part of the 250th celebration. They're just in direct opposition to what the 250 should stand for. And Concord always starts things earlier, so we don't need to worry about them, but I think that we received a letter talking about precedents, and I think that if we don't start setting this as precedent, then, working toward inclusivity and equity is paramount.
Thank you. Himija?
Yeah, Fran, it's a really good question. So based on my understanding, but I'd love to hear from town council as well, is that technically we can vote to remove a person from a committee since we have the authority of appointing someone. But to my understanding, what we do need to have a conversation about is how do we navigate, for example, our board, representing the town of Acton as government, how do we work to ensure that First Amendment rights are being protected, but that they're not being abused? So, for example, in this case, would these tweets and the potential violence and feelings of severe unsafety that people might feel based on reading these tweets, could that be viewed more as conduct, which then exempts it from First Amendment, because First Amendment is primarily about speech? I think that's something we would need to have a conversation about with town council, and yeah, I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Nina.
No problem. Nina Pickering Cook, Town Council. Good evening. So you were right, but you skipped kind of an important component of this, which is cause for removal. So typically, unless your bylaw and as voted by town meeting or your charter sets forth that you can remove someone with or without cause, you typically you have removal authority, certainly of a board you create and appoint, but you should have cause before you remove someone. Now, that action, so it's to avoid acting in kind of an arbitrary or capricious manner, right? You're on one day, you're off the next, that's chaos. So what I think Himija is getting at is what would constitute cause for removal from a committee. I think if certainly new information coming to light could be the basis for a cause. If going forward now, you all decided to seat the appointed member, that old conduct you're now aware of would not be considered cause anymore, but additional concerning conduct in meetings or writings could also be seen as a good cause for removal. Now, when you get into issues of whether someone's speech is protected or not, it really depends on the forum the speech was in. Was it in a public meeting? Was it him as an individual, him speaking as part of the committee. I mean, there's just a whole host of factors that go into that analysis that it would really be, have to be contextualized in order to give an answer as to whether that speech is protected or not. But typically, public officials have, your speech is less protected than just an ordinary citizen. So that means more restrictions can be put on that speech through codes of conduct or otherwise. Does that answer it?
Thank you. One of the other questions I had was with our board, when we appoint, or in this case, choose to remove someone, in terms of how we as a board navigate that, is it okay for us to, based on, so I guess my question is, understanding that people with differing opinions serve on committees, but in this case, I would argue this goes beyond just the fact of differing opinions. This goes into whether we're making vulnerable communities feel unsafe. Is there a distinction between that in legal terms? And like, how would we navigate that, if that makes any sense?
Okay, so is your question whether there's any legal guidance for you all about how to appoint and whether to appoint, or whether you would have liability if you did appoint someone?
It's the liability that I'm primarily questioning about.
No. Mr. Martin?
Hi, thank you. Two quick things. I presume we're not interfering with Mr. Lunger or anyone else's free speech rights by just not allowing them to be on a committee, right? He can post whatever he wants to post, right?
Correct.
But we don't have to take him on our committee.
Correct.
And the second thing, the statement that we adopted last year, which I read during my remarks, are the town's statement of respect for all. A violation of that, the last sentence here says respect for everyone is expected in all interactions in our community. That also is cause, right, to not include someone on a committee.
Well, that would be when I was speaking about cause, it was cause to remove someone from a committee. So you don't have a standard or a threshold that's set forth in your bylaws, or I don't know, I don't think even in your board policies, which states a threshold or a litmus test to get on a committee. But when you're talking about cause to remove someone from a committee, certainly a violation of ethics, bylaws, town policies, that would all be relevant. And so if you were to take that step, I would just advise you to document as clearly as you could what factors you are considering in that removal.
Thank you. All right, my comments. Like other members of this board, I serve with many people that I have deep and fundamental disagreements with. And I have done so for not only my elected life, but my life as a town employee before then. The fact that you disagree with someone, the fact that you can't imagine how somebody comes up with some of these thoughts doesn't really matter. You can still collaborate with someone and move towards a common goal. And I think that could be the case here, and it's certainly the case in many other situations. I am very concerned about the preservation of First Amendment rights for all citizens. And I'm troubled that we're sort of doing a stealth censorship in some of these cases. I will take note of the fact that everything that we're talking about, these previous quotes, tweets that have been spread around, were all done, to the best of my knowledge, by Mr. Lunger, acting in his capacity as a private citizen and prior to his appointment to the committee. I'm not aware of anything new, although I could be wrong. I'm not aware of anything new that's been posted which is inflammatory. I think there's a key distinction there between when something is done and when it isn't. Finally, I think it sets a very bad precedent to start scrubbing people's social media after the fact. If you go down that route, although you might find Mr. Lunger's comments repugnant, if you go down that route, there could be other people that have said things in the past that any of us might feel is repugnant. And where does that stop? 250 committee at this point has not even had a meeting yet because we're trying to assemble a committee. What happens if you go to any of the other boards or committees and decide, well, gee, somebody's been on that committee for 2 years, but I just found something out that they said 4 years ago that I really object to. And I think that person should be thrown off the committee. And I think, we're facing an election campaign in the next few months. The political complexion of this board might very well change. And I want to remind my colleagues of that. I'm not sure it's going to happen or not. But you open that Pandora's box of starting to examine what people have said in the past and using it against them and start throwing people off committees, I think you might have some really unexpected consequences. And the worst unexpected consequence is we already have a severe problem in this town with getting volunteers. People don't want to run as volunteers. They don't want to run for elected offices. The fact in this last election cycle, the two of us, David and myself, ran completely unopposed. And David and I both have radically different views of the world, yet both of us was reelected. Now, I'd like to think that there's a 50-50 split in this town between our personalities and our political views, but I suspect it's because, to a certain extent, government on every level, including local government, has gotten so unattractive because of the nastiness that goes on. People don't want to do it. It's exhausting. And now we're starting to engage in personal attacks against people. This will set a really bad precedent. So for that reason, I joined Mr. Snyder-Grant, and I would not vote at this point unless I hear something in the next half hour to change my mind on that. I would not vote to take Mr. Lunger off the committee because I think it sets a really bad precedent. I'm not endorsing anything that he has ever said in the past, and I will not endorse anything that anybody else has ever said, will say in the future. But I just don't think that the situation we've got rises to the level of requiring that somebody be removed from the committee. With that, I will open this to brief commentary, I hope, from the audience.
Good evening. Mike Gowing, 93 Harris Street. I'm here to offer my opinion on the Select Board meeting of December 5th. I attended that meeting but had to leave prior to the end. After reviewing the tape at the end of the meeting, I was shocked and disappointed to find that I and other respected members of the community hadn't been approved for the 250 Celebration Committee. I'm trying to understand why that was delayed. Mr. Martin indicated that he had held the consent item due to his problem with a previous appointee. What does one issue have to do with the other? The board was voting on our appointment. I'm also surprised that this delay was supported by the other members of the Select Board. It's insulting. Whether a previous appointee had tweeted or retweeted comments on social media that the board found disturbing was an issue to be taken up with that individual, not the remaining appointees. It seems to me that the person should be entitled to his First Amendment rights to free speech, whether on social media or live. Mr. Martin mentioned overthrowing the government as one of his concerns cited in the citizens' letter. I find that ironic, as the purpose of this committee is to celebrate the 250th anniversary of a group of patriots who are advocating overthrowing their government and succeeding, creating a new form of government that has been emulated by many over these 2.5 centuries. The 250 committee will be large one by today's standards. The influence of one person's opinion on the outcome would hold limited sway on the committee, which heretofore has been populated by thoughtful people. I feel that the 250 committee results, according to the charter, should reflect many different perspectives, just as this country does. To quote Voltaire, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it. I ask that your board approve our appointment without any further delay.
Thank you.
Evening. Leo Fochman from Wright Terrace, West Acton. I hope you don't take Dave Lunger off of the 250 committee. The impetus for this was that a person that had stated she does not know him, that she had heard a few things, and she didn't like it. They then proceeded to cherry pick comments either made or reposted by Mr. Lunger on social media. This is a slippery slope to remove an already appointed member of a committee. While you might disagree with Mr. Lunger's comments, he does have a right to his opinion. The next statements are going to be quotes, except for, in the quote, they actually use the committee's member's name. I'm going to leave it out. I'm going to call them JD. So it can be John Doe or Jane Doe. In October of 2020, a resident wrote to Mr. Martin about comments by a member of the DEIC. The resident wrote, David, this person scares me. I would never say the second sentence in this post to another human being, regardless of race, ethnicity, or skin color. Is this type of comment aligned with the mission of the Acton DEIC? Mr. Martin responded, I don't think that JD is scary, but I completely understand. I, for one, like to say what I need to say, but in as non-offensive tone as possible. JD is probably the most activist of the people on the DEIC. Fortunately, being in a large commission, everyone moderates everyone else's views. This goes with what Mr. Snyder Grant said. You got a committee, the 250 committee charge says that the committee shall consist of 11 members, which is the same number as the DEIC. Mr. Martin, if you thought that the DEIC committee members can moderate everyone else's views, why do you think that the 250 committee cannot moderate their own members' views? Again, similar to Mr. Snyder Grant. So please, take no action on removing Dave Lunger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Rebecca Wilson, Wingate Lane. The 250th celebration is a special community building event. We need people on the planning committee who believe wholeheartedly in bringing people together. We want everyone to feel welcome and included and celebrated. This is about trust. Mr. Lunger has shown poor judgment and only now is apologizing for what he posted. Sarcasm and flippancy is no excuse for what he regularly posted, and social media posts are a reflection of the person who is posting them. All of us deal with this in our lives. All of our social medias are always available to be looked at, whether it's a job opportunity or a committee. Everyone has the First Amendment right to post what they want. Facebook can take it down if they choose, but people don't have a First Amendment right to be on committees. QAnon is, by clear evidence, violent, anti-Semitic, and undemocratic. We should not entertain these dangerous conspiracies that cause real harm to people. It should not have a seat at the table. I'm sure a lot of people are aware of the tolerance paradox, that we must be intolerant of intolerance, or else it'll spread. Hate does not represent this community, and we must stand up to it because we keep us safe. If you can't have a respect for differing opinions and you call for violence, you shouldn't be having a seat at the table. I think what Ms. Nagareti said was really important, that there should be some kind of review of the process going forward to make sure that people are properly vetted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Martin Benson, 21 Deacon Hunt Drive. Tonight I would like to speak in support of keeping Mr. Lunger on the Acton 250 committee. Mr. Lunger has a fond interest in colonial history and graciously volunteers his time to run Acton's chapter of Bugles for America. Each month, Mr. Lunger organizes a bugle ceremony by town common to honor those who paid the ultimate price to defend this great country. It's a moving ceremony which hopefully members of the Select Board have attended. Given his interest in years volunteering for like causes, Mr. Lunger is an ideal candidate to serve on the Acton 250 committee. However, since early July, Mr. Lunger has been under the attack from Senator Jamie Eldridge and his radical far-left activist due to his work promoting question 4 on the recent Massachusetts ballot. While Mr. Lunger was practicing his constitutional right to collect signatures for a ballot initiative, Senator Eldridge and his followers tried to impede Mr. Lunger's efforts. Senator Eldridge was so enraged that he even tweeted out a picture of his constituent, Mr. Lunger, in order to shame and intimidate him. Now the Select Board is trying, ex post facto, to implement a political litmus test to challenge Mr. Lunger's appointment. Over the past few years, we have witnessed how a once apolitical Select Board has become dominated by individuals insistent on pushing a far-left agenda. Last week, 4 members of the Select Board voted to hold up appointments to the 250 committee because they thought Mr. Lunger's social media posts were too far to the right. Does the Select Board also intend to remove volunteers on town boards who have posted material too far to the left, or does this only go one way? Regardless, if this committee voted to remove Mr. Lunger, it would establish a concerning precedent by which citizens can be removed from town boards for not sharing the same ideological political views as the majority of the Select Board. How would you feel if in 10 years this board was comprised of conservatives and they began to remove individuals who held liberal beliefs? Further, it's peculiar that Mr. Martin is so interested in the 250 committee, considering his desire to divorce the town from its colonial history. In addition to being an early supporter of retiring the mascot, Mr. Martin still has not apologized for publicly accusing the mascot supporters of being responsible for the Zoom bombing. When members of the committee tried to respond to Mr. Martin's false accusations during a 2021 Select Board meeting, Mr. Martin acting as clerk, twice lost control of himself and hung up on the Zoom caller. While Mr. Martin was chair of the Select Board, Acton did not celebrate Patriots' Day for the first time in town's history, not due to the pandemic. Most disturbing, though, is that as an elected official, Mr. Martin has been spreading rumors that he believes colonial mascot supporters contacted the juvenile Zoom bomber in Arizona and instructed him to target the Acton-Boxborough School Committee. Talk about crazy conspiracy theories. This board should allow Mr. Lunger to serve on the committee to which he has already been appointed. If the board does intend to vote to remove Mr. Lunger from the committee, then Mr. Martin should recuse himself from the vote, as he has a history of targeting and maliciously silencing Mr. Lunger. One last point, 2 questions for Ms. Pickering-Cook. Could you please cite the legal statute that you are referring to that allows the Select Board, allows the Select Board to remove a committee member? Because the public should have a right to examine this before the vote. And then 2, you said that the public officials don't have First Amendment protection, but Mr. Lunger was not a public official when he made these comments, so wouldn't his free speech still be protected?
So just to be perfectly clear, I did not say that public officials don't have First Amendment rights. I'm sure you all can relax. You have First Amendment rights. They don't have the same, their speech can be more limited in certain circumstances based on their role as public officials. You are right, when Mr. Lunger made these statements, I believe, based on what I'm hearing, someone can correct me, he was not on the committee yet. So yes, that would be different. I was talking about going forward if he was placed on the committee, what standard would be upon any member of the committee, including Mr. Lunger. With respect to the statute, there's no statute that sets it out specifically. Chapter 40, General Laws Chapter 40, gives the Board of Selectmen just the general ability to create committees, and the courts have ruled that when the boards have the ability to create committees and appoint members to the committee, they also have the ability to remove them. And then the question, as I said, then becomes whether they have the ability to remove with or without cause, and that depends on whether it's in the bylaw or the charter, whether it's set forth anywhere. So I can, if you want an email that sets out the case law, I can do that, but not right now. How past cases have been cited from the office? Okay, I don't know what one thing has to do with the other. Okay. I can certainly do that if the board agrees. I'm sorry.
Catch me up.
I'm going to sit. So I believe Mr. Benson was asking for authority that, legal authority to cite that you all have the ability to remove someone from a committee once you've appointed them to a committee. I offered to provide that to Mr. Benson by email if the board directs me to. You're the boss.
If you could provide that to the town manager, and I'm sure he can provide it, forward it along. Thank you.
Well, hi,
Thank you.
James.
Next.
James Conboy, 120 Parker Street. I've known Dave for about 12 years or so, and I've been to his house quite a number of times for meetings, cookouts, a few campaign kickoffs, and I think he's really impressed me as a friend, a family man, someone who's been active in the community, and certainly a very patriotic citizen, as the previous speaker indicated. Do I march in lockstep with all his opinions? Absolutely not, and he knows this. As far as non-political opinions, maybe as a private citizen, I didn't read these, but made some anti-gay comments, which he apologized for, and should, because even as a personal opinion, as a private citizen, it's good to be a little bit more enlightened, whether you're a dog catcher or all the way up to the chief executive, who, of course, at one point when he was running for office, was called to task on inappropriate touching or making women feel uncomfortable, which he acknowledged and apologized for. Again, becoming a little bit enlightened from the people telling him, you got to change your ways a little bit here. So I think I would agree with Mr. Charter that getting people to serve on committees is difficult, and when somebody steps up and is willing to take some of the slings and arrows, we shouldn't just say, whoops, you were wrong about something, so we got to find somebody else. I think it's appropriate to keep Dave on the board, and you'll be well served in the next couple of years, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa Brown, 399 Great Road, Unit 1, Acton, Mass. I think there's a difference between free speech and hate speech, free speech and homophobia. Oh, yeah, of course. Thank you. It's my first time here. I think there's a difference between free speech and hate speech. Certainly, we all make mistakes as we're learning and growing. There's a difference between learning and growing and retweeting something that is deliberately harmful to a community that has been marginalized, that has been deeply harmed, that has hidden themselves in closets for decades, that has seen and heard children really impacted and harmed in ways that we continue to see play out. There's a choice. There's a behavior when you repost that tweet, when you conflate queerness with pedophilia. That does not make me feel like I want to join a committee where who I am and who I love is not safe, is not welcome, there's free speech and there's excluding speech, and there's harmful speech, and there's hate speech. And I appreciate the apology, and I feel like that's not really enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Datar, Cliff Drive. I came with prepared statements, but some of you guys spoke very well and took kind of the, so I want to sort of lower the temperature a little bit because I had something, I was really mad when I saw the hit piece. I mean, I agree some of the tweets may not have been so good, but then they sort of linked it to neo-Nazi, and having been called a neo-Nazi myself, the flippancy with which the left throws these, Ben Shapiro is called a Nazi. I mean, they just throw these words out, like they take something and they make it so massive. And I've been called a racist, I've been called a sexist. I mean, in Acton, by the way. So when you talk about who's getting hurt and all that stuff, it only runs one way. Conservatives are never allowed to get hurt because, hey, you're an evil bastard. That's the basic sense you get. So everybody gets hurt, but there's free speech. I mean, yes. So are we going to check the posts and check who was kneeling before the flag, the kneeling anthem thing, who was unpatriotic? I mean, who was bailing out, like Kamala Harris, bailing out people from jails who then committed crimes? I mean, everybody has done bad things, and so this one-way ticket where only one side gets hammered and the other side gets to do whatever they want, whenever they want, is kind of unfair. So I think Dave should be on the committee. We should lower the temperature on this, and there's plenty of, at least one member of the select board, there's plenty that he's done that has been abominable, and by that logic, he should not be on any committees or on the select board for that matter. So I think we should keep things as it is, and pending even the legal things that we don't know, we should do it. And yes, and to the people on the left, stop just using words like racist and neo-Nazi on a dime. It gets tiring, and it's not true, and it accuses rather than fosters a dialogue. Okay, we can debate, we can argue. Even some of the tweets that are unsavory, I can make a case indirectly for what's going on in the schools today. The grooming stuff and all that stuff. So there are cases to be made. We don't have to in a tweet, I don't tweet, I think it's whatever, but we don't have to all of a sudden make strong judgments. We can discuss this further. And there's lots of stuff going on in the schools that we promote that are abhorrent, that are terrible to our kids, So I wouldn't use the word pedophilia directly for that, but what's going on there should be illegal. But we actually celebrate it around the country. What do we do about that, But the schools are, I don't know if Acton's doing it. We're doing it. I mean, the nation is doing it. So there's plenty of stuff to discuss, but we should discuss it maybe calmly over a beer or something like that, and not publicly accuse people of being neo-Nazis all the time. He's not a neo-Nazi.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leela Ramachandran. I live on Arborwood Road. And I just want to say that the previous speaker just talked about grooming, and if they want to correct me, it's probably related to queer books, and that was said without any consequences. So there's clearly free speech, even when it's harmful. I will say Mr. Charter and another resident's comments about a dangerous precedent are the definition of a slippery slope fallacy. It's just fear-mongering, and it's unfortunate. An apology is great. It's a good first step, I guess. It doesn't negate posts and actions over years that show a pattern of espousing discriminatory beliefs. I'm uninterested in discussing different political beliefs, and it's just a poor defense because it's not about that. If anyone, regardless of political belief, says such hate speech, I would take issue with it and have in the past. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to appoint someone and provide them a town platform to continue espousing discriminatory beliefs on. He can clearly say what he wants, but there can also be consequences. Universities have rescinded spots for individuals, and they are no longer able to pay to seek higher education there. Jobs have fired staff, refusing to employ and pay them because of discriminatory posts. We can rescind a committee appointment, and I ask that you do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Folks, I'm just about ready to wrap this up. I think we've had a wide discussion of everybody's views. I would look to the board if you wish. I would look to the board to see if you're ready to make a decision.
I would like to listen to at 8 p.m.
All right, we'll entertain commentary on this until 10 o'clock. So I would hope that people would be brief in their comments so that we can get this done. Go ahead.
The creation of this country is illegal, is stolen land. Isaac Davis rose up to overthrow the government. I agree with a lot of what the supporters of Dave have said. I disavow any endorsements of some of this crap that I have heard, and I would love the chance to have a beer. Name the place. Okay, but this is my speech. To be inclusive, we've got to meet people where they are and help them learn. The town appointed Dave without training or guidance on safe space or language. The committee handbook does not address social media or what's expected of officials online. That doesn't make any of what Dave did okay. And I believe Dave knows that now. I spent hours on the phone with him over the weekend. I know that he knows that public officials have to be held to a higher standard. As such, I think he should be forgiven for this time. I do not think anyone should be allowed to repeat what he did and stay on an official committee. I was glad to find that he deleted the post and is sorry. I believe he's learned a lot. Together, we learned more about safe spaces and safe language. I believe that we're stronger as a community by learning together. That doesn't mean appointing people who do harmful things. It means handling violations in a respectful manner that results in best possible outcomes. How many other town officials have posted or said offensive things in public? Just last week, a longtime appointed volunteer used an ableist slur in a public meeting. Instead of apologizing, he said he's sick of people trying to get him to use PC language. In contrast to that arrogant behavior, Dave, a first-time appointee, quickly became sorrowful and willing to learn. While defensive at first, he didn't dig at his heels. His more recent reactions are filled with understanding and respect. I believe we should keep Dave on this 250 committee and show the wider community how we can come together and learn. Not to tolerate horrifying behavior, but to learn and grow. I believe that Dave will help create a safe space for marginalized communities. In one of my calls, I mentioned to him that I'm upset that the reaction to including Native American story, he told me about Concord's 250 celebration forum and the stories about Native Americans' narrative. He committed to advocating for the Native American story in the committee, if the town wants. My last sentence here, because Dave is not a habitual offender, after he's been appointed now, and seems to have a commitment to learn about safe spaces for LGBTQ+ people, and to do what he can to create these safe spaces, I hope you decide to allow Dave Lunger to stay on the 250 Celebration Committee, at least as a trial period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Alyssa Nickel, School Street. I appreciate the apology from Dave. I've had many conversations with him, we do not see eye to eye on very many things, but I've always found him to be respectful. That being said, I am a cis woman, I am heterosexual, I am white, I am not an immigrant, I am not an undocumented immigrant, and I was horrified by what I saw on Twitter because of the community members in Acton who do identify with those groups. I am uncomfortable with the suggestion that this is a fitting appointment because the Acton Minutemen were overthrowing a government, and the celebration, they were overthrowing a tyrannical, autocratic king to form a democracy. And so the anti-democratic tweets are also pretty abhorrent. I heard some folks say that we can debate, we can have political discourse. I agree with that, but absolutely not up for debate is people's humanity. Never. This is not a left and a right issue. This is not a conservative and a liberal issue. Absolutely not. This is people's right to exist, and it is people's right to feel welcome and a sense of belonging in this community. I love historical events. My family used to be part of the Acton Minutemen. We're currently part of Orchard House in Concord and Ironwork Farm. We do a lot, dress up in lots of different kit for reenactments. I have had people in this community come up to me to say, I am so glad to see you, because I wasn't sure if it was a safe place for me and my family. They know that I'm an ally. They know that I fight for racial justice and equity and queer identity, welcoming and belonging in this community. So just seeing me made them feel safe. So I just want all of you to know that, and all of you to know that as well, that this is really, really an important issue. I don't have a recommendation for the board. I just want you to be aware of those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask if there's a rule that we have to stop at 10? If that was rushed when people, that was a rule, or is it your decision?
I think by 10 o'clock, we will have exhausted all of the opinions in the room. And so if you have something to say, we've got about 15 minutes. I'd be happy to give you a couple of those.
Silico, Guswood Road. Oh, I hate this. First of all, thank you very much for listening to all of us.
Speak into the mic, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for listening to all of us and all of our different opinions and letting us say what we feel or what we see. I did write, but I just wanted to say that I hope you agree that provocative rhetoric matters. It's dangerous. The January 6th committee came to that conclusion today. It undermines the capacity for people to work together. Propagating views that marginalize others and that promote violence and disinformation violates trust, and I don't think it really belongs in a community committee. I think that we can have different political opinions, but when we threaten others or spread disinformation, that's not okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chris Giuliani, live on High Street. I'm not great speaking in front of groups, so I'm a little nervous, and partly why I don't want to be rushed, but glad to have some time.
Please speak into the mic.
Okay, sure. My wife and I live in Acton, and we have 12-year-old, thanks. We have 12-year-old daughters. And I was made aware of this and felt that I had to come here tonight. Before I came, it was around 6 o'clock. I looked over Mr., is it Lundgren or Lundgren's information and was incredibly offended, upset, angry. my kids were with me. I had to explain to them what a pedophile was, explain to them the difference between homophobia and LGBT hate or being anti-LGBT. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to come tonight. We considered it. We had to say that they weren't allowed. And, you know, I think until you see it from a family who is affected by it, just by seeing it, and then the idea that someone would be part of a committee, that I might go to an event or a meeting like this and he would be on the board here, it would be a laughing joke to me, and I would feel so unsafe. And my kids, anyway, it makes me feel that Acton is not a safe town. I hear you talking about not having volunteers. I can volunteer. I can do the 250 group, whatever it is. I work for myself. I'm a small business women LGBT owner. I can represent Acton just as well as he could. You know, I know that there's a lot of history here, and that would probably be hard to get me onto a committee, but I'm just letting you know I'm available. I have some of his posts here. We're talking about anti-LGBT. There's a picture of a trans youth, and they're making fun of him, saying he's like, he's not a he, him, he's a who, where. And there's a picture of women police officers with big padded butts and comments about that. And at 6:30, what I wanted to say is that he apologized and said that he took his post down. So this was around 6:30 that we saw all these horrible things. So I'm imagining what it was like before he supposedly took his things down. So, I mean, I can pass my computer on. You guys can go. He has a site on BitChute, Twitter, Facebook. If me and my kids could find it in 5 minutes, any of you can find it. This is one that's racist. It has a young black person. It says, although I was born visible, I now identify as invisible. I am transparent. My pronouns are who, where. So it covers quite a few groups. If I was a young trans person or LGBT person or a black person, I would not feel safe knowing that someone on a committee posted things like this to try to create hate in our community or gain community with the people that are like him. So I think that's all I have to say. I wish I could be more put together, but I have to come up and say about my experience. Do you have anything else to say? You can speak better than me if you do. But yeah, the idea of like not making a change now and let's just plan for the future, like that's something that people would say, how many years ago? 100 years ago? Oh, he did one bad thing, he apologized, and now he's all better? Like it's gonna stop? Anyway, I'm sad to hear that there's other people in this community who are here supporting him and friends with him, and I'm very disappointed that this group, or whoever group it was, decided to put him on a committee. And if there's anything to do to take him off, or if I knew about this happening, I would have been here then, because he should not be in a committee in a town that I live in with my family and my other LGBT friends.
I'd like to thank you for coming forward. I know it was a leap of faith, and I appreciate you coming forward with your comments. Thank you. Okay, Matt, I believe we got some folks online that'd like to speak.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The first is Janet Adachi. Janet, you should be able to speak.
All right. Good evening. Janet Adachi, Simon Hapgood Lane. I had prepared remarks that have been changing as I've been listening to everybody, but I'm here basically to request that the select board leave Dave Lunger's appointment untouched and trust him and other appointees to the committee to be the adults that they are, focus on the stated mission in which they have an avowed shared interest, and let them work toward that end. The Volunteer Coordinating Committee previously recommended his appointment and the select board approved it. I honestly don't happen to believe that the Twitter posts and reposts that have since come to light should change his qualification to serve on the committee. I'm not on Twitter. or on most social media other than Facebook, so I wouldn't have known in the tweets but for the citizens letter flagging them. And obviously, I think that's the way a lot of people learned about them. And I find that social media, especially local social media, is a real toxic cesspool. I discovered that in 2020, back when a lot of racial justice activists in town were piling on a then select board member, basically because they didn't think he was woke enough. And I noticed that some of them have come out tonight. So I avoid social media, and other than the letter, I wouldn't have known about these tweets. I am concerned that some members of the select board might think that the Twitter posts alone are sufficient basis for rescinding the appointment. Along the lines of what Mr. Snyder-Grant said, I assume there's no concern about Mr. Lunger's having undue influence if he stays on the 250 committee, given the appointees thus far, Pam Lynn, Bob Farrar, and Bill Clower, among others, and the soon-to-be appointees such as Mike Dowling, Ann Cadwick, and Mary Price Maddox, no shrinking violets among those people. I should clarify at this point that I myself didn't care for a number of the tweets and retweets and would not defend them. The post contained sentiments profoundly different from my own personal beliefs and were disrespectful of some dear friends and family members. But I'm a realist and have enough life experience to know that there are people out there with such views. And I have had to learn how to deal with that sort of thing. I am Asian, by the way. You can't see that from my voice. So I've had a life of living with bias, little, what are called microaggressions, and I'm pretty tough about that and other things. But anyhow, I've learned how to deal with all of that sort of thing without getting angry or emotionally overwrought. I get even. I don't get angry. I am surprised at the highly emotional reactions of some select board members on what, frankly, is town business and requires calm, rational thought. I appreciate Mr. Snyder-Grant's sensible approach, and like him, I do appreciate Mr. Lunger's apology and expression of regret for his posts. I don't know him well, but I know he has a strong personality, and he's also male. I'm married to one, so apologizing was no easy thing to do. I am disappointed that one select board member felt compelled to continue attacking Mr. Lunger even after Mr. Lunger apologized. If select board members think that a person's social media posts are sufficient grounds for disqualification from service on a municipal committee, that standard and fairness should apply to all candidates for all municipal committees, including the select board. But if the select board is not prepared to embrace a general standard applicable to all, then please don't create and apply an ad hoc, ill-defined special standard for this one appointee. Such a decision could come back to bite the select board. And I'm talking about litigation. When select board members talk about the importance of diversity and inclusion, they really need to expand beyond race and ethnicity to encompass diversity and inclusion of ideas and opinions. It's only through diversity and inclusion of ideas and opinions that our community is going to make meaningful progress on the narrower area of diversity and inclusion that has been an area of greater focus everywhere since 2020, including on this select board. You already know that I think public input is important for the diversity of ideas and opinions. The same is true for members of municipal committees, whether elected or appointed, and among whom the presence of diverse perspectives, ideas, and opinions will better serve the public interest. Please let Mr. Lunger's appointment stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, do we have another one?
Yes, this next one's from Nancy Cochran. Nancy, you should be able to speak.
Okay, I agree wholeheartedly with what Janet just articulated, and she took all the fire that I had. I did stay throughout all of the people that were talking previous to Janet, but I think Janet said the most important points that a member of the select board should consider when they're making a decision about keeping a person on a board or not. And the other point I would make is this. Please, the next time you have an issue of personnel that may involve a court case for defamation of character, please hold your meetings in executive session, This has been an evening of hurtful comments on all sides. And I think, and I know, there are a couple of guys on this select board that have a sense of propriety and patience with alternative ideas. I marched in 1968 in Chicago, so I know how tough it is to be on the other side. So please, give your ideas to Dave to have a chance to show what he can contribute to the 250 committee, and then make other rules for yourselves as to how you handle personnel on committees without subjecting them to this vilification in the arena of the select board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, how many more do we have?
There are 3 more hands, Mr. Chair.
Board members, we're going to stop at 10. Board wants to continue gathering information.
I think we should hear the remaining 3, and that's it.
Okay, Matt, let the next one in.
Adam Nold is up next, and I apologize if I said your name wrong.
Hi, Adam Nolde, Broadview Street, and member of the Finance Committee. I just want to say this is really a tragic situation that we have found ourselves in, but I think it's been a very nice discussion. Please do not land us in a First Amendment lawsuit that we absolutely cannot win. It's unfortunate, but the courts always rule in favor of free speech, and they always rule against people retaliating against others for using their free speech. So as tragic as it may be, I think it's a situation that you're stuck with at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Matt.
Charlie Kedlick. Charlie, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. First of all, remember what town council said. You don't have any standards for appointing people to committees, but to remove them, you must have a cause. And you don't have a cause because the 250 committee hasn't even met yet. So removing Dave Lunger would be a big legal mistake. Second, the 4 members, select board members who voted to not act on a consent article which had nothing to do with Dave Lunger last select board meeting have nothing to be proud of. You all sounded very much like you went to the meeting with your minds already made up. You had not heard from Mr. Lunger. You didn't hear anything except the letter from a person. But by the way, I know both of them. I know the letter was sent to me. I could read it. I had trouble believing it was written by the person who signed it, but that's another subject. The select board last meeting acted on an article which had nothing to do with Dave Lunger. Why did you do that? Well, there's some speculation. Second, I heard Mr. Martin at the last meeting, select board meeting, say twice that Dave Lunger advocated the overthrow of the United States government by violent military force. Even if you suspend your credibility and look at what was said and done, there is no such advocating Mr. Lunger's comments. I'm not going to discuss the content, first of all, because I am not familiar with them. I don't do Facebook or Twitter or anything else like that. But Mr. Martin made that statement, which is an exaggeration at best, deliberately false at worst. He does that all the time. Then somebody challenges it, he said, well, yeah, that's my opinion. Mr. Martin is more responsible for divisiveness in this town than anybody else I know. It's time to stop, Mr. Martin. And the rest of you who voted mindlessly on an article to appoint 3 people, Mike Going being one of them, spoke very well. Had nothing to do with Miss. Why did you do that? Well, I think we can speculate on the answer, but the select board did not come out as, having higher standards than the people they criticize. Enough.
Thank you. Last one, Matt?
The last is Scott Smyers. Scott, you should be able to speak.
Hello, thank you. Scott Smyers, Central Street. David Martin started out the conversation with some of the most severe accusations and exaggerated interpretations of Mr. Lunger's online post. And David Martin is an embarrassment to himself and the town. He's a bad judge of racism, bias, and prejudice, and he's deceptive. For a recent example, he lied to me during a public meeting about the timing of the DEI statement. I questioned him how he could have released the statement before the police report was out. He said he didn't release it before the police report was out, it was after, but the dates on the 2 documents are in conflict with his statement. That's not true. Going back further, his snarky statements from a January 25th, 2021 meeting where he smears members of the public
point of order.
by identifying their racism.
Scott?
He says,
Let's try to keep this on target, please.
yeah. Keep Dave Lunger on the committee and don't listen to Dave Martin anymore. He's steering you the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this point, as I outlined at the beginning, I'll let Mr. Lunger speak if he so wishes, and that will be the last public comment we're going to be accepting, and we're going to discuss this in the board in public session.
Okay, briefly, we have a situation of division and divisiveness. I listened attentively to those in favor of me and opposed to me this evening and in the past week. I thank everybody that's on both sides. I mean, I listened attentively to all that was said. And I purposely made my comments tonight to be, as I said in the beginning, mending and healing. I don't want it, I'm not even talking about all the, the emails and that went back and forth and the original attack and so on. I think that's water under the bridge, water under the North Bridge. But anyway, I think we need to go forward and we need to heal. And I appreciate that everybody has come to discuss this, and maybe this helps other people. But however you decide now, I am thankful for your support. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Discussion amongst the board. Does anyone have any points they'd like to raise? Fran.
So I think Alyssa put it perfectly in that this isn't a liberal or conservative issue at all. I feel like this is free speech versus ethical speech, and that's what I have a problem with. And I think that I've made my decisions. I am free thinking and make my decisions on my own. No one sways decision making for me. And I feel really strongly that we're all adults. We need to be held accountable for what we put out into the airwaves. And that's what I feel like is happening. And I have a problem with that.
Thank you. David?
Yeah, I'm sensitive to a lot of the comments. I'm not looking for a witch hunt. I absolutely agree with people that say when you're on a committee, you can, deal with criticism back and forth. I'm not concerned about, people saying the occasional offensive thing. I think these things here are different. I don't see how, knowing that these posts happen, someone else could serve on this committee who is gay or trans. How is that going to work? How could someone come before this committee who's gay and trans without feeling awkward, right? That's going to be very difficult here. This is the only case that I'm aware of where someone made such denigrating of remarks against gay and trans people. And as I pointed out in my initial remarks, and just reading his remarks, people who are accusing me of a lot of things here, but I mostly based my comments on the things that Mr. Lunger posted. And he posted this, I could read I'll read it. It's, he posts, quote, missing the P and pedophile should be at the beginning of P, LGBTQ. Again, 90% of pedophiles are straight men. There is no association, and why someone would want to imply such an association, considering that it incites some people to violence, is beyond me. That's just it's just a terrible thing. What's the purpose in doing that? And the second thing here, which I pointed out in the beginning, is Mr. Lunger made a number of editorial reposts of things that are against our country, and original posts advocating military action against the current government that are just incompatible in my mind with the patriotic nature of this committee. So for me, this is, I don't see how this works.
Thank you. Other comments? Imogen.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to thank people who spoke today, especially people who do identify as part of the LGBTQ plus community, because it could not have been easy sitting in this room or being online, hearing some of the comments that were made and the discussions that were being had, especially if you do identify as part of it. And so for those who were here today, just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being really brave and for speaking your truth. And I think that's the key thing, is that for people who are not part of the community, I don't think we have any right to tell people who are part of the community how to feel or how to take something as offensive or not offensive. And the reality is, as the select board, we may not identify as a part of a community, but we have to do our best to empathize, to see whether something said by some member of the community could be construed as harmful. And then on top of that, if we as a select board give someone a position, or if we appoint someone as part of a community or as part of a committee, that's us essentially giving that person a platform to represent Acton, to represent this town, and what do we want to be representing this town for? So I just wanted to lay that out, and to also say that this goes beyond just one person. This is something that I think exposes a really important issue, that we need to have a clear code of conduct that really applies to all our boards and committees, and that's something that we need to be working on. And so what I propose is that we hold this conversation about whether to remove Dave Lunger or not, and that's up to the board's discretion. One of us would work with town council to draft up what specifically would be our cause, like what is our cause for a removal, and then bringing it to the select board for a vote then, so that we're being really clear and intentional about on what basis are we essentially removing a person from a committee. And then I think that the next step is really to create a more robust code of conduct that we can then work with VCC to implement. But I'd love to hear from town council too, whether that is an appropriate course of action, and if that's something that, for example, if I could work with you on drafting what a probable cause for removal would look like in this specific situation, and then moving forward, potentially working out what a code of conduct could look like.
I said, yes, that process works fine as long as those factors you mentioned, the specific factors for cause, are then voted on by the select board. So it's very clearly the agreed reasoning of the board, as opposed to you and I going off and deciding why this is the case.
That's exactly what I was thinking, was that one of us would draft it and then bring it to the board transparently for a board vote, so that we make this process as democratic as possible.
Just a response, Imogen, I think it's probably a good idea that we think about that. I think it's important that we move ahead with the matter at hand right now. And I think, working with the town manager and town council going forward, that sounds like a really good goal. But I don't think that we should delay on this. I think we need to get this particular situation resolved in accordance with the rules that exist right now. In any case, Jim.
A few final thoughts. I'm sure that the board definitely has the right to remove people from committees. Yes, I am sure that, yes, we do indeed have the right to remove people from committees. I think it's an excellent idea that we clarify that by developing a more clear policy under what, reasons we wouldn't do that. And that can be done, if Dave, what I heard him just say was that we would, Dave would be continuing to serve on the 250 committee while we figure this out. Oh, maybe that's not what he said. That's not what you said.
No, I do
Okay.
want to clarify that in this case, that would be essentially holding off his appointment. And so I would ask for a board vote to essentially hold off on Dave Lunger serving on this committee until we would, or would that be a removal of that from him from the committee?
My understanding is that the board has appointed Mr. Lungar already, as opposed to holding off on his appointment. So I think that is a difference. So you are voting to remove him as opposed to holding him in some middle ground.
Yeah, I was just going to finish off. So sorry for misconstruing what you said. Last little piece, two last little pieces. I think it hasn't been said out loud in our hearing that Dave Lunger has been serving on the Board of Registrars for a number of years, 6, 7 years. It's a while. And that gives me some confidence that he has the ability to work. I mean, if someone was going to be mischievous about democracy, that's where you would do it. I mean, this is where you actually approve petitions, signatures on petitions for people to run for office or for people to put things on the town meeting warrant. So the fact that he's been able to do that without complaint suggests to me that he knows how to, set aside his personal views and get the job done. And the last comment was just, I don't get all the animosity towards David Martin. I mean, I get that he's he's quicker to judgment than I am, but we usually end up in the same place. So it was really odd to hear people, sort of, saying nice things about me and mean things about David when we end up agreeing. We have different styles, but it's really odd to see David attacked that way, and it's I dislike it. It just makes me viscerally uncomfortable with people who persistently, every time they come to the mic, take a chance to attack one of the board members. It's just odd. But anyway, neither here nor there. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Fran?
So I move to remove Dave Lunger from the 250 Celebration Committee.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion moved and seconded. The discussion. Imogen.
I wonder if we proceed with this vote, would then one of us be a point person for articulating a set of reasoning or just kind of compiling some more detail as to why the board is voting and potentially passing the removal of Dave Lunger from the committee? Would that be okay with people, just to kind of have that in writing? And if so, I would be happy to do that and present that to the board, just so that we have something a little bit more concrete as to our reasoning. But yeah.
Nina.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as I said before, I'm happy to work with the board member to, I guess, draft a written decision. I do think it would be best and behooves the board if they state their reasons for their vote tonight, and then that gets memorialized in the decision, as opposed to the other way around.
Good idea. David.
I'd be happy to state, that we state each state our reasons now for how we're voting, that can get included in the minutes.
Sounds good. Let's start with Mr. Martin. Let's hear your reasons first, and we'll do a vote.
Okay,
this is under the discussion.
So I'm going to be voting yes, because I think that Mr. Lunger's history is clearly against our statement on respect for all, and because a number of his posts are clearly, to me, anti-patriotic in a way that's incompatible with the 250 committee.
Thank you. Fran?
I'll be voting yes, and for all that we heard this evening, I find it, the post, his tweets and other posts to be not in line with a community, being appointed to a community committee. Also, I think there's some confusion between free speech and just ethics.
Thank you. I will vote no. For the reasons I stated earlier, I think it's possible to serve on a board or committee with other folks that you disagree with. I feel that comments that someone made as a private individual should not be used against them at a later point when they have been seated on a town board or committee. I believe there's a serious First Amendment rights issue here. I think it sets a very bad precedent that by doing this, we open it up. We could examine previous comments made by any member of this board or any other board or committee appointed by us. And depending upon the political point of view of the select board, those people could be kicked off. And we could work our way right through every board and committee if you so wished, and I think that's a really bad thing to do. Jim?
I'm going to be voting no. And the reason is that when I imagine a policy that we can all agree on, I think it's going to be, I'm concerned there's a decent chance that it won't cover this particular case of, posts on Twitter, I'm much more comfortable with the notion of having the people of the committee, work with the, the people that have been appointed. Of the people on the committee who wrote to us or spoke to us, all were either in favor of having Mr. Lunger on the committee, or were like, yeah, you have a tough decision to make. Good luck.
Thank you. For me, I will be voting aye. For me, it really comes down to, at the end of the day, the public messages, and at the end of the day, that's what it was. It was social media messages that were publicly accessible to everyone, so therefore they are public messages. To me, and to, we've heard from other people as well, those incited fear and violence. Those were comments that were discriminatory in nature, and I think that's the fundamental reason for why I will be voting aye today, to remove Dave Lunger from the 250 committee. And I do want to note that for me, I only became aware of his public messages after we had this board vote to approve him. And so for me, seeing these comments, seeing the evidence for me after that fact was cause enough for me to want to bring this to a board to reevaluate that decision. So I do want to make that clear.
Thank you. Nita?
Yeah, just to clarify for the board, where you've had a motion and a second, now you've had deliberation, I do want to be clear about the rationale and kind of summarizing the rationale for the yes votes. And is it fair to state that you each are voting yes because you believe that speech that you've seen in the social media posts is violative of the Board of Selectmen's conduct statement? I'm not, statement of respect for all, thank you. And that the speech was discriminatory or hate speech as opposed to speech you didn't like or agree with. I just want to make sure that we're making that distinction. So if you could confirm that that is correct by perhaps amending your motion, that would be great.
So I'd be happy to amend my motion to say that, you made the motion, sorry.
So I amend the motion to, I view this, the tweets as hate speech. That's where I'm coming from.
And so you move to remove him for that reason?
Yes. Sorry.
Is there a second?
Well,
I will second the change.
okay, so moved and seconded, we've had discussion. All in favor of Fran's motion to remove Mr. Lunger from the 250 committee for the reasons stated, please say aye.
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 All opposed, say nay. Nay. Abstentions? All right, decisions made 3-2 to remove Mr. Lunger from the committee. Thank you. Now, on to the next discussion. Item 7, Mr. Mangiarotti, review responses to the request for interest RFI for reuse of 3 and 13 School Street and discuss next steps.
Thank you.
Maybe you can hold off just a moment till some of the room clears.
Okay.
Few folks would
Thanks, folks.
move. We do have some business we still have to conduct. Thank you.
So, members of the board, thank you. I think it was 2 town meetings ago, or maybe it was 1. The town meeting authorized us to dispose of the property that's located at 3 School Street, which is a former fire station, most recently used as a civil defense building and storage. And after 2 unsuccessful attempts to find someone interested in the property, this year, our economic development director, Julie Pierce, and a few other staff worked on a plan to do another RFI, a request for interest, to solicit interest from the community. And this time, we included 13 School Street as well. 13 School Street is the small commuter lot reserved parking area that is just one space, or is further down School Street with a private property in between them. And we brought that to the board, and we sent it out for interest. We received 2 responses. There were 2 entities interested in discussing further these properties. And before I go into the details, I just want to make sure that the board understands the difference between an RFI and an RFP. An RFI is simply a request to know what you're thinking. An RFP could be a binding contract that results from it. So what we've done here would not result in a binding contract until we did an RFP at a later time. So with that being said, the 2 entities that expressed interest in the properties, one was the Acton Roxborough Islamic Cultural Center. They had proposed to use the garage space, or the civil defense building, for their worship and other community activities and philanthropic efforts. They appeared to be more interested in leasing it than buying it, but I think they'd be willing to discuss with the town if the town was interested in that path. The second group was a real estate development group called Seabrook Real Estate, and they are proposing to build a 20 rental unit mixed-use development that would include senior housing and deeded space dedicated to a nonprofit use, which in their proposal they suggested that may be the food pantry, the Acton Food Pantry. They are working with the property owner of the property in between these 2. So in between 3 and 13 is actually a property that's 9 School Street. You recall that property received a site plan approval from the select board to do, I think it was 8 units. And that was kind of the test case for the board saying, hey, you should do all electric, remember? And so that property is fully permitted, ready to go. And anyways, this developer is interested in a project that includes all those things. So we met last week, or maybe it was, last week, to review the proposals. We actually had a chance to talk to the 2 different entities about their ideas. And the next step that we have here this evening is for the board to give us feedback on what it wants to do here. We have a few options, and what we're recommending is that the board consider declaring the 13 School Street property surplus and no longer needed for municipal use, and then seek town meeting authorization to dispose of that under conditions that the board deems appropriate. One of those conditions could be that existing commuter parking is replicated. For example, there are several other conditions that the board could put on an RFP sale. The second thing that the board can consider doing is directing us to do a formal RFP to then actually create an opportunity for a binding contract to dispose of those 2 properties. And the idea would be that we would do that before town meeting, so that town meeting, when they ask, why do you want permission to sell this land, we would be able to say definitively what the proposal is. An interesting conversation occurred during this review in that there was an interest in the property that we acquired a few years ago, 19 and 21 Maple Street, which is right next to the train tracks, which is formerly owned by Gordon Richards. There's interest from a few community groups in actually using that if there's interest in the town allowing that to happen. So we actually thought it would be good for the board to consider that as well. So those are the next steps, and I look forward to any questions or comments about what's proposed here with these RFIs.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I would also mention that I believe maybe the entities that submitted may still be here, although I don't know that they're still here. I think they were here at one point, if there's any questions for them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was an interesting review of the responses. I would certainly be in favor of moving ahead with it. I think I'd be most interested for the 3 and 13 School Street to be able to move ahead with the sale of those properties rather than a lease. I think it's probably in the best interest of the town just to get it done, and I think whatever can be done there to enhance not only some housing, but certainly any kind of commercial activity in the building. I think we kind of kicked that around in the committee, that it would be nice to provide some more either retail or restaurant space there in addition to the housing. So I think lots of things are open. The second point that I'm very interested in, my recollection is that when we purchased the Maple Street property, the town did state that it might be leased out in some fashion, and I believe that can be done without further town meeting action. I think we can just, it's really controlled by the town manager, and I think that the select board could probably weigh in one way or another whether or not there should be some sort of a long-term lease. I think it's really important that any lease that we get into has very strict terms and conditions, and we don't get into a situation like we had on Main Street that was sort of an open-ended deal. But I would certainly be interested in hearing the comments from other members of the board. David.
Thank you. For me, I would be in favor of declaring the parking lot on School Street surplus only for a development that added to revitalizing South Acton. And to me, that means that if it's a development that has residential in it, that the first floor of that development be shop space. Could be, your commercial space, retail space. Could be eventually, be restaurants or little shops, or, there's probably only room for 2, maybe 3 small shops there. To me, asking them to provide the replacement parking for commuters, that would have been a big issue for me several years ago, but now is not so much of an issue, even though the MBTA says that full ridership, they don't believe will come back for 2 years. Still, that's 25 spaces out of our about 500 total. I would certainly, I think it's a worthwhile investment to sell that property in order to get the retail space at that corner in South Acton. The old fire station or civil defense building is probably not big enough for the Islamic Community Center folks. They have enough people now that it would probably fit, but just barely for them, and they'd have no expansion room. And as John said, they're looking to lease until they find kind of a permanent home, and we would rather, from the town's point of view, sell that. I think it makes sense to sell that along with the parking lot property, and ask that any development include that, the old civil defense building. And how they use it in part of their development is up to them. It also could be retail space. It could be community space for the residences that would be above in this development. They talked about actually having what they call it. I'm forgetting, there was a term for it, but the kind of space where they might put a rec room or a community room or something. That, and they were thinking of putting that on as one of the things on the first floor of their building. To me, it makes sense kind of to make that as part of the civil defense building, and then to use the new building for shops. I think to have enough space for, they are talking about elderly housing, market rate elderly housing, but not expensive, and the parking needs of those residences are probably not 2 cars per apartment, which is our standard. So they could potentially get a variance there, and then the excess parking could be used for the shops. As far as the Maple Street space goes, we can lease it now. Right now we lease it to the paramedic crew from Emerson. To me, that space is a candidate to lease to the Islamic Community Center folks. They have an acronym called ABRIC. I don't know what it stands for, but the ABRIC, I think it's big enough for them. The other people in the mix here are the food pantry, who they've kind of outgrown their space. It might work out that they could either be as part of that first floor on the 9 to 13 parcels on School Street as one of the shops, or they could, alternatively, depending on what things work out, they could also lease the old Gordon Richards building. So, so to me, the bottom line is, if we're going to do an RFP, I would like to guard it in such a way that or try to figure out how to, if we're going to declare that parking lot as surplus in order to sell it, that we do it in such a way that we move some of the goals forward for having some shops in South Acton.
Thank you. Comments from other board members? Imogen.
Yeah, so for example, if we did decide to declare 13 School Street as surplus, and we decided to move forward with an RFP process, and we highlighted that we want it to be, we want it to be part of the revitalization, would that require it to be commercial, or like how would it work with the, like, for example, the Islamic Cultural Center? Because I'm assuming that's not for commercial. Like, what they do is not commercial, so how does that get navigated?
David?
I don't, just my opinion, I don't think the Islamic Cultural Center fits in the 3 to 13 School Street row. I think if there's a space in South Acton for them, I think that would be the old Gordon Richards building. And if that turns out to not be for them, I'd like to see us do whatever we can to find them a space. But, they have it's a hard, even though they have money to lease or buy, it's hard for them to find a space. I mean, the ideal thing would be an old church, for example, that they could turn into an Islamic cultural center. But I don't think to me, it doesn't fit right in that. It doesn't fit in the, physically doesn't fit in the old civil defense building, and it doesn't really work as part of the first floor in a building with houses, with apartments. But I think it could work on the other side of the tracks. No implications there. I live on the other side of the tracks.
Jim?
Yeah, I think I mostly have questions. So declaring something surplus property, is that a select board vote or a town meeting vote?
Select board declared as surplus, and the town meeting authorizes you to dispose of it. So it's a two-step process.
Okay. Next question was for, anybody who understands this, because I don't. The failure to thrive of commercial operations in that little area of South Acton. It seems like we've had some businesses come and go, there's sewer, but something is not sticky about that space, those spaces around there. So I'm concerned, I guess I'd want to understand that before I'd want to require that, there be commercial businesses in that building, because I don't want to create a situation that's going to fail. So if anybody has any understanding of that, I'd love to learn more about that.
I can't analyze what happened there in the past, but I can just say that the benefit of an RFP process is that the board could identify goals it wants from the disposition. And for example, retail space could be one of them, and proposals that have it in that would be ranked higher than the ones that don't. And you could have 5 things that you want out of this. And you take those 5 things, someone that's highly ranked on all 5 is the one that the town would probably want. But if there's a mix of a split, then the town would then decide which one is in the best interest of the town to move forward with. So if retail isn't going to work, the development process would let us know. And the RFP process would say, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I can do one thing, but I can't do 4, for example. And then we would know. So that's part of the other reason that I think it would work to explore.
Okay, next things. I'm fine with declaring the parking area surplus. That makes sense to me to create I'm so pleased that we might actually be able to do something with, the civil defense building. It seems fine and appropriate to me to include the other parcels nearby to make that happen. One question I have is, did the person the group that was excited about doing market rate senior housing, did they articulate why? Like, why senior housing? Did they think that would be more acceptable? Or, it's not like it makes them more money or less money. It was confusing to me. I'd much rather see, housing that was deeded for affordability, but I don't know, if that would attract any interest.
I'll take a stab at that one from the review that we did and the discussion. They felt that this would be good for senior housing because it's for folks that are downsizing. These would be 1-bedroom units, at least in their proposal, although it was very clear that they said this is just a preliminary. They wanted feedback. So 1-bedroom units, probably be space for 1.5 cars per household, so that sort of fits in the senior model. Excellent location for folks that are downsizing, but might still be working in Boston. Great location for transit. Also, it's a great situation for folks that have retired but still want to take advantage of the cultural opportunities like getting on the train. So, and folks that don't really want to have to worry about a yard they don't have a raft of kids, you need to tell them to go out on the lawn and run around for a while. So I think it kind of fits in that model of sort of a downtown situation. I think the other thing that's important is looking at the demographics of the town, is that we have a rapidly aging population in this town, and indeed in the state. And there's going to be more and more demand for senior housing. Our numbers in this town, the numbers of families that are all seniors far exceed the number of families in town that still have kids in schools. So I think, there's a demographic trend that they've picked up on. And for those reasons, I think it works good. I believe, although I haven't looked at it closely, but I believe there's sort of a similar sort of development that has recently been put in West Concord, again, next to the train station, because folks have got the opportunity of using the mass transit, not have to worry about driving a car. David, you might have some thoughts on that too.
Yeah, I think that's all correct. There are two things about that space that are different. So in the time that I've lived in South Acton, right, I can walk to there. I do walk to there, right? And the only shop that's there is Erickson's Feed and Grain, and that's the only shop that's really ever been there, except for a very short time. The old post office was a takeout Chinese restaurant. But other than that, there's been no business in South Acton. So, except for maybe the woodworking shop and things in the bottom of Exchange Hall, but it's not a retail thing, right? And so there's no place that I can, even though I walk a lot, if I want to walk for a half gallon of milk, I walk to the other end of High Street, I walk to the Stop and Shop. But if there was a bodega there, I'd walk there, right? Sorry, just two quick things. I think physical space has been a problem, and that includes parking.
I think, the exciting thing about this is that for many years, there was this fear that the highest and best use for South Acton Village is going to be a parking lot. And I think it's a nice opportunity that we've got to try to turn away from that and bring it back into more of a, hopefully a somewhat more vibrant village. Kind of what I remember back when dinosaurs roamed the earth.
I would also mention that we're actively engaged in the South Acton Village planning process, and I talked to Kristen about this, who's leading that effort, and she said actually an RFP like this would give us good data for the planning process, because it would be real time, real information about what is feasible based on who's willing to do what in this area. So I think it's an interesting thing to consider. And I think the School Street, the old fire station, I think has been in the way of, not in a bad way, but realistically, it's been in the way of anything else that you wanted to do there, because it was always been a town property kind of with the corner spot. If it weren't to be that way, perhaps it would open up opportunities for the rest of the parcels to feed off that corner spot with some vibrancy. I mean, it was a vibrant fire station at one point, but that was a long time ago.
So I think I'm in favor of asking the manager to proceed with drafting up an RFP that we can take a look at and interact with whatever members of the board you feel is appropriate, certainly keeping in mind, obviously our economic development director, our planning director, and move ahead, number one, with the 3 to 13 School Street, and I'd be willing to take a motion even to, if it's appropriate, to declare 13 surplus. And then I think the second thing that I'd be very interested in is similarly developing a lease process for the Gordon Richards property, and we can move ahead on two tracks, and one might get done and the other one might not get done, but I think it gives us some exciting opportunities. And certainly, we always want to take commentary from folks that live on School Street.
Thank you. Alyssa Nickel, South Acton Village. I'm a little concerned about the timeline because I'm not clear on if you declare these properties surplus and then do the RFP process and then maybe town meeting approves that in the spring, is that all going to take place before the South Acton visioning process is completed? Because I thought that, I don't know what the timeline is on that.
So the South Acton Village planning process, I don't think will be completed by town meeting.
Okay.
To answer that question, and I think that a proposal like this, I don't think would be built before town meeting.
Oh, sure.
I mean, even if it's approved at town meeting, it would take a while to kind of get sorted out. So I think the ask at town meeting is authorization, and then we would have a purchase and sales, and it would move forward, and then they would begin their permitting because it's not permitted, right? They permitted an 8-unit building, but just because they got the RFP doesn't mean they have a permit. So
right.
It's not going to happen that quickly. I think there's a sense of urgency from our perspective, just because we've tried a few times to do this, and I think we actually have 2 interested parties this time. It's the first time we've had 2 parties at the table, and so I think we wanted to try to move forward to advance this issue, which is something that needs to happen at some point.
Okay. So thank you for that. I would agree that it needs to happen at some point, but I am very concerned about the timeline because the South Acton Village Master Plan, I'll do my broken record line again, it was last updated in 1994, a long time ago, decades ago. So I was actually expecting and hoping for sort of a unified vision for that area, including the Gordon Richards, I should not call it the Gordon Richards property, 1921 Maple, and this area, the Civil Defense Building and the parking lot, and the parcel in between, as well as everything else in that area. So to declare it surplus and then go through the RFP process, which I understand provides valuable data, I think is putting the cart before the horse. I'd really like to see the visioning process happen first before we give away a parking lot that the town built that is currently serving the community and has served the community in the past. Right now, it's my understanding that the South Acton Congregational Church, pre-pandemic was using it for their community offerings, Narcotics Anonymous, yoga classes, dance classes. There was originally some thought to having it be available to Exchange Hall, and the current owner, I assume, will not be owning it forever. And so, taking away that parking lot removes an opportunity for that building to have access to parking across the street. Or if the parking is somehow reconfigured and is only serving the residents and not, the commercial development that we eventually want to see revitalizing the village. We've had a lot of attempted commercial entities. In addition to a Chinese takeout, they served ice cream. My family was down there. We walked half a mile to get ice cream every single week. Unfortunately, we didn't give them enough business to stay in business. The tattoo parlor used to be a convenience store, so we would walk to the convenience store. So the villagers walking there cannot support these commercial entities. One of the main challenges for that area is the lack of parking, and also the ridiculous street configuration that looks like an asterisk with, School Street and River Street and High Street and Railroad Street and Nylander and Maple Street and Main Street all, coming in and out. And of course, the traffic that's heading from South Acton or from Maynard, to to Kelly's Corner area and the schools, as well as to the commuter rail parking. So this just seems premature, and I understand we need, to get something there eventually, but I'd really like to see the visioning in place before. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. David?
So right now, the parcel in the middle, which is 9 School Street, is permitted in all ways. They could start construction tomorrow, right? And then if they start construction tomorrow, if they decide that this additional process, and so the person who owns the property in the middle has to sell it to the bigger development if it goes, across all 3 buildings. If that's not going to be saleable, he can just go ahead and build 8 unit apartments, which has also been approved by the HDC and everything. It could, again, it could start tomorrow. And then we're going to end up with the old civil defense building that we still don't have a use for, right? And we've been trying now for years to find someone to use it, but it's a funny building, and it could be used as part of a larger project, but not probably if it's separated from everything else, right? So if there's this apartment complex in the middle, it can't be used. And so, I think there's an opportunity here for something nicer. I was kind of disappointed when, the person who owns 9 School Street, it's their property, they can build by right under zoning there. But then, to me, we don't get what we need in South Acton. So we have this opportunity, but we can't wait. We have 2 people who are interested now, and so I think we should move forward with it, myself.
Thank you. Surprisingly, I'm 100% in agreement with Mr. Martin on this one. I appreciate, having a comprehensive plan, but I don't think we can wait 5 years for a comprehensive plan. We keep kicking this can down the road, and I think it's important to move ahead with this. So I would accept a motion to ask the town manager to draft an RFP and bring it back to us for our approval. I think you kind of got a sense of what we're looking for, John. If anybody'd like to make that motion?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to have the manager draft up an RFP and bring it back to us for our review and hopefully approval. Jim?
In the form of a comment before we vote. It seems like there's a possibility that would make more sense to me to clear the parking lot surplus and wait on issuing the formal RFP until the planning process has gotten farther. These are the project, people who are developing project ideas often have a lot of, irons in the fire at once. They know sometimes things take a while. If we say, sorry, we have to finish this comprehensive community plan process that we're really in the middle of, it might not go away. I'm also really fine with the notion of starting right away with the lease process on 19 and 21, and maybe that will help simplify the rest. If one of the proponents jumps on the 19 and 21 Martin Street, then that would be great.
Thank you. I think that'll be a subsequent motion I'll ask for, and also a motion on declaring 13 surplus. Imogen?
Yeah, I'm in support of declaring it as surplus, and I do think that, I think that time is of the essence. We do have 2 proposals that I think would be both really good for the space, especially with, its proximity to our public transportation, the commuter rail. So I do agree that we should also vote on the surplus, but I would be willing to vote on having a draft of the RFP for review for the select board. I would be willing to vote on that too.
Okay, thank you. David?
Yes, so I understand if, I'm in favor of going forward with the other RFP, but if the the other members of the board are not, I would rather not declare the parking lot surplus. To me, they go together. Ms. Nichol pointed out some uses for the parking lot already. To me, I don't want the town to give up that parking lot unless we get something that we've been, asking for years to revitalize South Acton, which is, some shops there. And so we now have someone who's willing to make shops there. So I would give it up for that, but not just give it up and then let's see what we might do. So I would propose that we hold off on both or do both.
Okay. First off, we've got a motion that's been seconded to ask the town manager to draft up an RFP and bring it back to us for comment. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, so first one is passed. The second one, I'd entertain a motion to ask the town manager to move ahead with an RFP for the lease of the 19 through 21 Maple Street property.
Second? Or I'll make that motion. There you
Okay.
go. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
Made?
Could I offer some kind of amendment which either says especially or targeting a nonprofit? There are a couple of nonprofits interested. The two nonprofits who are interested are the ABREC, Islamic Community Center, and the Food Pantry. I think if we get into leasing it to commercial, those two will be pushed out, or could be pushed out. And I think they're both good, and maybe another nonprofit is good. But so I would just like to see the focus on nonprofits to start with. That's just me.
Jim?
If you want to not take that motion, that amendment.
Well, David, what about an RFP that, assigns positive points to nonprofit without, preventing some fabulous coffee shop from moving in there?
Sure.
But because we talked, okay, so that we would have an RFP about the leasing there that would, say, well, extra points for nonprofit.
Sure, or strongly considering it.
Yeah.
That's
I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
I'll second that. Thank you.
All right, so we've got it moved and seconded to ask the town manager to put together an RFP for a lease accentuating nonprofits. Further comment from the board? Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Next, I would entertain a motion for the Select Board to declare 13 School Street to be surplus and to bring this forward at town meeting for approval. And I would note that this does not mandate that we actually sell it, but at least it gives us the opportunity. And we declared 3 School Street surplus, 4 years ago, and it's still sitting there. So I think it just gives us a tool in our tool belt. So if anyone would like to make that motion.
So moved.
Moved. Is it a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All right, all in favor of the Select Board declaring 13 School Street to be surplus, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
I'm still abstaining.
Okay. Mr. Mangiarotti, do you have what you need?
Yes, so I think what we'll do is do RFPs that present some options for the board to then finalize, because there's a lot of variables that we could include in there, so I want to make sure that we're on target, and it might not be the right time to start that out right now.
Thank you. Wordsmithing at 10 past 11 is probably not a good idea. Next, we'll move on to item 8, discuss the annual town meeting and date to close the warrant.
Good evening. So in your packet, we placed a timeline, the usual timeline that we've been putting in there for a few years. This is a list of events and meetings that are crucial to developing a town meeting warrant. Town meeting voted to move the annual town meeting back 1 month, so this, in '23, it will be May 1st, will be our first night. That's the first Monday. And then what we do is we calculate the warrant posting date being 14 days prior to the start of the annual town election. The town election actually being the start of the whole town meeting process, and it's a unified warrant. So what we want to ask is the board consider announcing the opening of the annual town meeting warrant and consider a date to close it. You don't have to choose a date to close it tonight, but it would be helpful. And choosing that date is just a balance between allowing reasonable time for citizens' petitions to come in and then allowing the town time for council to review those petitions, for us to assemble the warrant and move articles around as the board wishes, and for the committees to actually make recommendations on those petitions and all the other articles that you have to consider.
And do you have such a date in mind?
I do. Looking at the calendar, we have about 16 weeks from now to the posting date. So when I look at the calendar, the middle of February, specifically February 15th, would allow for 4 meetings of the select board, 3 meetings of the finance committee, and probably 3 meetings of the planning board to consider all those articles and petitions. So my thought was the close of business Wednesday, February 15th. To open it now and to close the warrant on the 15th would provide about 8 weeks on each side of that.
Okay. I would accept a motion to open the town meeting warrant at 11:30 p.m. on December 19th. Okay, if you insist. 8 a.m. Tuesday, December 20th would be the opening date, and the closing date would be close of business Wednesday, February 15th. That would be 5 p.m.
So moved.
Moved. Get a second?
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? All right, all in favor of those dates in the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, we're set. Number 9, consider approving licenses for Holy Grail, Frolic and Detour, and Rapscallion. Mr. Mangiarotti.
Thank you. Our team, several members of our team have been working with these 4 businesses to try to get them where they need to be for their renewal process. We're pretty close. Lisa, am I correct that Holy Grail needs to be deferred? Yeah, so Holy Grail isn't ready. If the board is having a meeting on the 30th, that would be the time that has to be in by. Frolic and Detour, I believe, is in the same category. Lisa? Rapscallion has submitted a septic plan and a permit to update their septic system, which was one of the requirements that we had for them. They've also made several of the safety measures that Tom Moberg had requested of them. And so I think at this point, we'd be comfortable with that one. And we're very optimistic on the other 2, that they'll be ready in a few weeks.
Thank you. David.
So I move to approve an all-alcohol beverage license for Rapscallion and a common victualler license.
Okay, you have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve Section 12 all alcoholic beverage pouring license and common victualler licenses for Rapscallion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, and I guess we'll see you on December 30th to talk about the other two. Consent items. Item 10, approve extension of the reduced parking rates of $25 per month for all reserved commuter parking spots through March 31st, 2023. Item 11, approve meeting minutes, October 17th, November 21, and December 5th, 2022. 12, reappoint Lisa Wojcik as town accountant with a term to expire on February 1st, 2023. 13, reappoint Eva Skaradik as town clerk with a term to expire on July 1, 2025. Item 14, approve Teresa O'Leary as temporary town treasurer effective immediately. Item 15, approve James Fuccione as a full member of the planning board, term to expire June 30th, 2027.
Let's hold that one.
And 16, approve Karen O'Neill as a full member of the Open Space Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2025. Item 17, approve Mike Gowing, Suzanne Peterman, and Ann Cadleck as full members of the 250 Committee, terms to expire September 30th, 2026. 18, approve Mary Price Maddox as a full member to the 250 Committee as representative from the Acton Boxborough School District, term to expire September 30th, 2026. 19, approve Dr. Rekha Singh as a full member of the Board of Health, current associate member, term to expire June 30th, 2023. Item 20, accept gift Recreation Department for $50 from Mary Lou Rapucci towards funding the LGBTQ+ Pride Festival in 2023. Accept gift Council on Aging for $100 from Susan Hunt towards the Council on Aging Gift Fund. Item 22, accept gift from the Acton Lions Club for $2,000 in merchant gift cards at $50 per card for distribution at the discretion of the Community Services Coordinator. Item 23, approve refund request of $1,800 from Cemetery Division for 2 unused plots to Karen Broderick. I'll accept a motion to approve consent items 10 through 14 inclusive and 16 through 23 inclusive.
So moved.
I have a second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. Okay, to our held item. Jim.
Tara raised some issues around James Fuccione. I've had a number of conversations with him, text, email exchanges, and a phone conversation. And both Tara and I have done some web research. I'm not concerned about him becoming a full member. Tara raised one question, which was, gee, why would we skip over an associate member and make James Fuccione a full member? So the last associate member we had on the planning board was Michaela Moran, and she's been already promoted to a full member, so we have no associates. So we wouldn't be skipping over any existing associate members. The other concerns that were raised were about James's association through the Healthy Aging Collaborative with the Smart Growth Alliance, which used to be a separate alliance with, elaborate membership requirements. It's now basically a project of MAPC. Tara raised a concern that since James spoke at an SGA conference back in 2017, that his organization must have been a member of the Smart Growth Alliance, since that was the excuse that they gave Tara for not allowing her to give a presentation. So it turns out that was just their excuse. James and the Healthy Aging Collaborative are not members of the Smart Growth Alliance, as far as I've been able to determine. So even if they were, I wouldn't see that as a disqualifying point, because The Smart Growth Alliance is basically, it's a reform organization. You know, they're not proposing the kind of comprehensive changes to, prevent further development. But they are saying, well, assuming we're going to have development, let's make it have the following properties. Let's have it be compact. Let's have it be near public transportation. Let's have it, make sure it develops a mix of affordability and doesn't just simply create more, freestanding market rate single-family homes. So I don't have a concern about the Smart Growth Alliance as a special method for making sure that builders build more buildings. I see it as a reform organization. So that was what I found so far. But it could be there's a member of the public who has some thoughts.
Tara?
Yes, there's, first of all, the Smart Growth Alliance, if you look on their page, is about new building, promoting new building. They got the MBTA zoning and the so-called housing choice that is now a gentrification issue all over the state. But the other question about James in particular was whether his organization is funded by the Boston Fund or any of these large nonprofit granting organizations that come from construction money. So did you ask him about that? Because I feel like that's a conflict of interest if it's the case.
I have not investigated the full funding of the Healthy Aging Collaborative.
So I object to his appointment on the grounds that you don't know where his money is coming from and that you have a member of the public wishing to investigate where his money is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve item 15, approve James Fuccione as a full member of the planning board, term to expire June 30th, 2027.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded. Further discussion? Okay. All in favor of approving James Fuccione, a full member of the planning board, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. I'll accept one more motion.
I move to adjourn.
We got a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much.